Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to another stream. That piece of music always reminds me of someone chopping up carrots for some reason. I think it's the board noise. It's like, preparing vegetables, the musical. Welcome on in. If you don't know what we're doing today, we are doing another live stream of Final Fantasy XIV Eureka Orthos, added in 6.35. We had a brand new deep dungeon added. So we've been pretty hardcore at this, I'd say, in comparison to how we usually would go into this. And we've managed to get 2 clears out of it so far, right? With our group. We're hoping to get 6 in total. So 2 more to go for the mount, and then another 2 for a housing item and a adventurer plate thingy. So yeah, we're going to be setting up a run today. Not necessarily going to, I mean I would really doubt if we would clear today because of the time constraints. The next time that we stream after this will be on Tuesday of next week, and that should be a clear in theory. So today is part 1 of a 2-part, basically, setting up a run, trying to set up a run. The estimated distance will be somewhere around floor 70, I would imagine. That would be nice to finish off on. If things go very badly, then probably 50. But yeah, that's the plan for today's stream. So welcome on in. We are going to transition to the in-game music, if there is actually any, and then we'll continue from there. So how is everyone doing today, by the way? I hope everyone is well. I hope you're all enjoying this bank holiday. At least in England, it's a bank holiday, Great Britain. A lot of people don't work this weekend simply because of it being the Easter Sunday and Easter weekend, you know, Good Friday and all that stuff. But yeah, I wanted to stream, obviously. So welcome on in. Right, let's get into the video game. And here we are as usual, dressed as Namazu. I'm going to put the group invites out, but got plenty of time. And then we'll hop onto Discord and say hello to people in a moment. But yeah, I hope people are well. And you had a nice tasty food. We had like a hot dinner. What do you call it? Like a Sunday lunch, but on a Friday, like a roast. Do you call it a roast? Nice roast vegetables and dinner and Yorkshire puddings and gravy and vegetables and mashed potato and stuffing and a roast. It was really nice. Really, really nice. All right, let me see if... Why do we only have 1 buff on? Can I get a little bit angry? Why do people only ever put 1 buff on in this FC? I'm so confused. You can put 2 at a time. If you put 1 on, it's going to be really awkward when someone else puts the other one on and it's not the same time frame. It's one of my pet hates. I like to have them at the same time. Hey, Final Dan. How you doing? Miss Loot says it's holiday for us too. I still get a project to finish because going on vacation soon. Whoop woo. Nice. Where are you going on vacation? Anywhere nice? Anywhere warm? Anywhere non-American? Yeah, so that's the plan for today. Just gonna mosey on through and see what happens, really. But yeah. Pennsylvania to visit family. Interesting. All right, let me plop onto Discord and say hello to the more entertaining people than myself. Hello. Yeah, I think he's busy. Hey, hello, Farah.
Hello.
Hi. Why, hello there.
Well, hello there.
General Kenobi. How's it been?
I'm good, I'm good. You?
I'm all right now. I've had some dinner.
Nice. What did you have?
We had like a roast dinner, like vegetables, potatoes, Yorkshire puddings, stuffing, gravy.
What's Yorkshire pudding? The ingredients?
Pancake mix, basically, but turned into a pudding. Like it rises.
And I guess savory, not sweet.
Savory, yeah.
Yeah. No. I mean, I heard of it, but I never...
It's the same principle.
I don't know what it is.
Well, toad in a hole is just exactly the same ingredients as pancake and Yorkshire pudding. You just pour it over sausages. And then when it cooks, it turns into this like crusty, like, I don't know, fluffy sort of thing. But yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah, we had some nice nom-noms today. Right. Hey, Exoda. How you doing? Let's plop up and set up a new run if people are happy to do so. If you're still eating, Morgana, we don't, like, we can give you extra time. Like, there's no rush. Just give us a heads up. Just let us know. Boom, 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 boom. Until then, I'm just going to run around in circles. Is that a firework? Did you let off a firework?
Yes.
Ah, I don't think I've got any fireworks left. I used them all. My inventory is basically garbage.
Hey, sorry. I went to make a cup of coffee.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
I went to make a cup of coffee.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries, man. Like I said, there's no rush. I just like the first thing you say, your microphone's just like, nope. Sounds about right, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
Star of the Demon. Oh, this is a Van weapon. That's ugly, isn't it? Jeez.
I think that's Servan, the demon weapons.
Yeah, it is Van. I don't like that one, the Astro one. Looks a bit weird.
The shiny effect is a little bit weird. I like the fire and ice orb floating around.
Yeah. Oh, those are nice. Shinryu. Cool. Might keep those. Might get rid of the other one though. Alright. So, we all good?
Yep.
Franny, you good? Alright, cool. Reset progress. No, I don't need to. You feel Blair? Right? That's called eating food, yes. Got my 4th clear last night and now I got the mount. Hopefully you get it soon. I mean, we're not in any rush, Exoda. I know you, I think it was you that bet against us and stuff last time, right? But I'm not in any rush. Not at all. Like, we've got 2 clears in the bag. So, I really don't care how long it takes. But I can imagine we'll be done before the next patch, so.
Should be doable.
Yeah. At least the mount.
Yeah. That's the most important part.
Yeah, and then it's just the garden ornament and, well, adventurer plate first and then the garden ornament. Which is... I mean, if you don't want the garden ornament, we don't have to, and Fran can just buy that, yeah. So entirely up to you, but we'll cross the bridge when we get to it, yeah? Well, I would like to have it in the FC garden, so... Because it's freaking awesome.
I mean, due to the fact that you can... Is it next patch or the patch after this put stuff on your island sanctuary?
Next patch.
Yeah, you should be able to put that there as well.
Yeah, so this increased the factor of being interesting quite a lot for me.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you should be able to plop that right in the middle of all those buildings, right in the center, like, or wherever you want. But I would put it in the middle, like, make yourself a little town square and put that there as a statue. That'd look really quite nice. And it's 90 slots, by the way.
Yeah, that's really cool. I mean, they could also upgrade the garden for the housing, but
Yeah, they
I'm
are.
okay with this.
They're planning to increase the actual housing
Yeah.
Yeah.
stuff as well.
We get information on how many slots in the next live letter, Para. But yeah. You should try 3 DPS and 1 tank. We're pretty comfortable with whatever we want to play, but thank you for your advice. We just want to play what we want to play. How hard would you say a clear is? Not hard, really. It just takes time and understanding of what you're fighting against. Is it on the level of savage raids? Not even close. Harder or easier? Way easier.
I think the biggest thing is patience.
Yeah.
So don't get in rush or put yourself under pressure. If you have this Michi's guide, right?
Yeah.
Then if you are prepared, then nothing speaks against. Of course, if you do it solo, it's much more harder than in the group.
Eureka Orthos is closer to low difficulty extreme. I would not even compare this to an extreme. I don't think that's a fair comparison at all. This is nowhere near an extreme. Not even close, dude. The bosses have like 4 abilities, and if you don't learn them, yes, you'll die. And that goes for every boss. There's like, the bosses are the easiest bit. The trash isn't hard unless you accidentally pull like 2 coils or something. So I don't think it's fair to say it has the same difficulty as learning, like, I don't know, minimum item level synced Garuda on extreme is harder, I would say. Easily harder. Because there's placements that, I mean, if you went in there fresh, it would be a lot harder. But yeah, I wouldn't classify this as extreme difficulty. In terms of the time that it takes, you could say that it would be equal to that in terms of time taken, right? It will take you a while to learn it, and you will die along the way. So your time input is probably the same as an extreme, but the difficulty of the actual content you're doing, nowhere near. That's my opinion, but I don't know. Am I wrong, Para?
No, I wouldn't say. I mean, the whole time consuming to learn everything and memorize how the mobs work and stuff. Yeah, I think it depends what kind of type you are of a player. If you can learn fights only from guides, you can really do this quite easy here, because if you are able to do this, then everything is super easy. You have your guide and it's done.
Yeah, if you can just read a document and absorb everything and remember everything without actually ever seeing it, that's awesome. Good for you. But a lot of like visual learners like myself, takes a little bit longer because you need to see something, or at least I needed to see things. So your mileage is going to vary in terms of how long it takes you to get a clear. But the one piece of advice I would say is it's so easy to feel angry and just have a knee-jerk snap reaction when you do fail. But what you have to remember is that you will fail. Like, we will fail again before we get all 6 clears. Like, it's guaranteed. There's no argument there at all. Everybody in here knows that it's gonna not be a smooth road. I mean, it could be, but it's unlikely, right? Something could happen. For example, on the higher floors, we could get 2 Sasquatches suddenly spawn and we're dead. We could get coils facing the opposite directions and do wide blaster, and we didn't press a witching in time or something. We're dead. We could get
one luring trap could end the whole run.
Yeah, exactly. You could get greedy, for example, like we have before, where we saw a room full of treasure chests, and then we tried to deal with that, and then we've popped stuff, and then suddenly we had a luring trap of the worst possible monsters, and from not using something as simple as a sight that we have like 50 of. You know what I mean? Like, we had like
that wave still hurts.
But then you get the RNG where it's like 3 onion knights, and then every chest afterwards is an onion knight, which was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then not actually having the ability to use any of them because one of the mobs that we thought was thought was hard was actually super easy, and it got lost in translation, and we ended up overthinking it and killing 3 people as we zoned into the boss with no Phoenix down. So our tank had to solo the previous boss. But we were in a perfect position to kill it. But, yeah. So it's going to vary. But you've got to just have fun whilst dying, right? You've got to just be like, that hurts. It was a thing that happened. And then you have to kind of move on. And it's easier said than done, though, because I've very often got quite grumpy, and I've needed to to step away from a computer.
It's a little bit like the phases to accept something. We went through all the phases already.
Yeah, I mean, if we wipe now, it's like, oh, okay, well, right, have we got the energy to make a new run today? Yeah, okay. If the answer is no, then I'll go play Diablo for a bit. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, you've got to see it that way. You've got to treat your time with respect.
We finally reached acceptance.
Yeah. No, I mean, carry on, Morgan.
One of the best ways to treat Deep Dungeon is like a roguelike.
Yeah.
So you're going to fail.
Well, like I say, I mean, we will.
You're gonna get better.
I'm guaranteeing that we will fail at least once or twice more before we have all of the runs that we want. You know that's how fate works. And it's impossible to see the funny side when it happens, though. But I do look back on some of those deaths, and I'm just like, wow, we really sucked so much ass that day. You know, and that's the beauty of it as well. Live streaming our first runs of something was, you know, a lot of people might be afraid of showing that kind of failure, but I think it's a learning curve it's better to show that learning curve than just to be like, I'm suddenly the professional at everything, here's a guide on how to do it. You know what I mean? At least you can watch these live streams and the VODs and be like, wow, their group really did suck at, you know, and we probably still do in comparison to some people, and that's fine. What are we pulling?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. Yeah.
That's why I've quite liked it, because I can look back on these the VODs of our first wipes. Like, for example, when we wiped for the first time to the Minotaur, like, how did we not, for some reason, understand the difference between swipe and swing? I don't.
It's like every other Minotaur in the game.
But in the moment, you don't think about it. You lose sight of what a basic mechanic can be and how it is because you try to overcomplicate it. And that comes down to nerves, that comes down to not wanting to disappoint the other people. And inevitably you end up actually disappointing them by not wanting to disappoint them, if that makes any sense. Oh, an alteration. Nice. Swingy boy! Hey, Jordan.
Best thing you can do is get a couple of friends, have a nice evening, day, or whatever time you do it, and enjoy it.
Is that?
Yeah.
As long as you enjoy it.
That's why I said you've got to value your time. So whatever you were planning to do, you can't be like, oh, I expected a clear on Tuesday. Why did we not get a clear? I hate this group. You can't be like that. You've got to be like, right, okay, so our group is set up Fridays and Tuesdays for attempts, and that's all we'll say. We can have the goal of getting a clear. Tonight's goal is to try and get to 70 so that we can set up for Tuesday. That would be the top end goal. Will we achieve it? Probably. I don't know. Maybe. Pull that one back if you can. I'm not going to be able to get out of that swinge in time, I don't think.
They both swing only in my direction, so it should be safe behind them.
It's fine. Apparently it doesn't insta-kill at this point. That's just panicking 101. I mean, if you don't panic in content that you've never seen before, or that you've only ever done once or whatever, at the start, I mean, then I don't think you can classify yourself as a human being. It's human nature to, yeah, let's just go. It's human nature to react like that. And especially as well, like, for example, we've got these guys. These aren't even a problem. The only problem here is Swingy Boy. But we face him away. We stay out of the circle. You know, you learn to deal with luring traps without pressing any buttons. Is pretty good. Now, if this was like later on with coils or anything else, then you use the buttons. Yeah, but it doesn't always happen that way. You've been trying to solo on your favorite tank. Is your favorite tank warrior or? Solo runs are something I still, well, especially for this, I don't really know anything about, because there's a lot of stuff that we are supposed to not do that we do, like you would not be able to do in a solo run, and most of that leans towards stuns and things like that. But yeah, it's a completely different beast, isn't it? And the timer is much more important in solo. That's kind of why I like the group content version, because the timer isn't really that much of an issue. We go at a pace and we stick to that pace, and we can still afford to have a bit of a failure route. But solo, you've got to think about every pull, haven't you? You've got to be a bit more methodical. Or use landmines, for example. A lot of people you'll see who do it solo rely on landmines. They deliberately use landmines to get through floors quicker, to save on time. Yeah. It's a completely different game, isn't it? Does it interest me? Not really. And it's mostly because I want to play an MMO for the most part with other people, like my friends. Now, if I had not got them, then I suppose I would either get good and learn, or I wouldn't do the content, right? But it scales quite nicely. Like a 2-player scales better than 3-player from what I hear.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so you do it 4-player, 2-player, or solo. Because 3-player scales to 4 people.
Meh.
Which is kind of stupid.
Oh, good news. I got a Phoenix down from the chest.
Yay! Well, you had that last time.
I thought you went to the auction house.
I forgot.
Gumbray Christo stylish. Yeah, it's alright. So you forgot to purchase one.
Yeah, I didn't play much. I kinda enjoyed a little bit abstinence from the game.
It's important to take breaks.
Yeah, but I've been playing a lot of Resident Evil 4 Remake.
It's good for you to have a bit of a break.
I beat it. It's really good.
I need to buy a PS5 at the end of the month.
What, for 16 or?
No.
No?
No,
don't
Jedi
think-
Survivor comes.
Until what comes?
Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Oh, right, yeah.
The sequel to
I still haven't
something,
finished the first
something.
one.
not Dark Side.
Fran, stop making up names of Star Wars games, even though they're completely plausible. Anyway.
Respawn, the people that do the Jedi Survivor or whatever, Fallen Order, they're wanting to do a Star Wars FPS kind of similar to Dark Forces.
Oh, interesting.
If you remember that old.
No, I don't,
Yeah.
sadly.
Of course. Was a really cool game.
You know what I would like in the Star Wars universe? Hear me out. A survival game where you set out in the Outer Rim and you're trying to make a base and you interact with the political everything of like the New Republic and like set in current day, and you're trying to create a settlement. And that's because I've been watching so much Mandalorian. I'm like, oh, by the way, oh, that's not really that bad, is it? Like having your own settlement and building stuff and exploring planets and things. It's kind of like just your typical survival buildy game.
Yeah.
But in the Star Wars universe, because it hasn't been done.
So you want to have it in the present time or
Present time,
more-
yeah.
Okay, so
Because it's quite lawless in present time.
so we go with the canon universe or with the old legend universe.
Canon one.
So yeah, I guess.
But make it so like you can, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of like, I guess I want like Starfield, but in Star Wars.
People will be modding Starfield to be like Star Wars.
I know,
course.
but I want like
Real Star Wars.
proper like city construction. You know, make your own stuff and transitioning seamlessly between the surface of a planet and into space, and then, you know,
I mean, I can understand your appeal from this. The thing is, for me, what would it make special compared to other games?
A hybrid between Stellaris-style management space game with then a transition into your actual character and the building aspect and exploration. So it'd be a hybrid of real-time strategy, but then if you zoom in, like you go straight into your character and suddenly you're piloting, I don't know, a TIE fighter or whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like you could make your own thing, but you would deal with like the political, you know, sort of RTS elements, and wars would be fought on both sort of scales. You know, you would give orders to, I don't know, I kind of like that whole like 2 games in one idea. Not every single type of game, but like those specific types I think haven't really been done before, where you've got that heavy, almost grand strategy scale RTS, and then transitioning into you're playing the actual character as well, and then you're managing both sides of things, because it would allow for you to feel more than just the atypical guy that flies a spaceship. You could be like, there'd be different directions you could go. You could enlist, for example, in the New Republic, right? You could become just, you know, one of those people.
So you want basically Crusader Kings in Star Wars with first person.
That's exactly right. Crusader Kings, Star Wars, with the ability to click a button like tab.
Yeah,
Right? It'd be as simple as pressing the tab key on your keyboard, and suddenly you'd be your player character in first person or third person, and you would, you know, you'd reap what you sow, sort of thing. You'd be able to go, for example, you'd set up like the massive fleet conquest, and then you'd be like, right, I'm gonna be there. And if you're, and depending on your rank, and like in Crusader Kings, depending on your rank and like your standing, who you are, your title, depends on what control you have. So for example, if you're just a fighter pilot, then your strategy thing is going to be mostly diplomacy and trying to, you know, work your way up the ladder sort of thing, right? You're not going to have any control over things, but make it so the AI is completely capable of making possibly the worst decisions as well as the best. So you end up in like this really strange conflict that you're forced to do, right? Because you're essentially a vassal, right? You are a member of that thing. And then as you progress up there and you become a lieutenant, or maybe I don't know, let's say you become a space marshal, right? Okay, so you'd plan like plan a theater, right? Okay, we're going to be attacking this thing. I don't know. Or you could just be tempted to go different directions, right? And one of them would be the dark side, and you would simply just start getting greedy and power hungry, and you would be able to reform. You know how you could reform the Holy Roman Empire in Crusader Kings? Only you'd be able to reform the Imperial Empire.
Yeah, I see what you... I mean, this sounds kind of interesting. I would skip the whole building my own base stuff.
Maybe.
But I like the idea of actively getting involved in the combat part.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like Bannerlords then. Depending because you can... I'm not sure if you can do it or it was a mod.
Actually, Bannerlord is a great example of how that has worked. Yeah, you're right. But I need more depth, you know what I mean? I need more...
For the political and economical system, yeah, of course.
I need more meat on the RTS side of things.
Yeah, I think this sounds really cool, yeah. I would up for that.
When it comes to like the building your base thing, I wasn't thinking of like, like the Forest 2 where you place logs. I was thinking, this is a settlement, you have gained this amount of power, choose between these like let's say they're built in segments like in Starfield. You just be like, right, okay, I'm building a base here, and you start to colonize somewhere, or you create an outpost, and that'll be part of your strategy, is building outposts and then taking over somewhere. Kind of how the Empire would do it, right? They'd build a fucking a base next to the person that they want to oppress.
Yeah, I think this sounds really cool. I mean, with the actual canon, so after the fall of the New Order and stuff.
Yeah.
Which is, I'm not sure if I think this is actually blank at the moment, so there is no canon after the movies at the moment. I'm not sure.
Well, Mandalorian, right?
These are before the movies.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure.
No.
They are between episodes.
I thought the
6 and 7.
Okay, it doesn't make sense to me then, because they'd scrapped all of the. Like, have you watched The Mandalorian?
Not completely yet, to be honest.
Oh.
But I thought
that's really confusing to me then, because there's this literally, they're talking about how like the New Republic's established after the fall of the Empire, and then you even get to see like the scrap yards and stuff, and
yeah, that's true, because between the Battle of Endor, where the Death Star 2 is destroyed, and start of episode 7, I think.
Oh, you mean the new movies? Oh, I don't count those. Yeah. That's probably why. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're the current canon. Sorry.
True. That is true.
That's why I asked when you want to have to play it.
To be fair, though, right? To be fair, even with those being taken into consideration, not really a lot is going to be different. There's still going to be the New Republic. There's not going to be, you know what I mean? There's not really anything happening in either. It's kind of like the galaxy's sort of there. Nothing major is happening. It's kind of like an empty bit of space to fill with your own story, right? But yeah, you're right. Either setting would be great.
Tyvarus, you're wrong. It plays after the original trilogy, so after the Battle of Endor.
Mandalorian begins 5 years after the events of Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. Either way, you can see why it would be. I would get that confused, because both after the 3 new movies, which are awful, by the way, and after that, kind of feel the same. They kind of empty.
The thing is just because I asked the timeline. Because if you set it now after the current canon and timeline, as I said, I don't think we are much more in the future than episode 9.
Yeah.
So basically, you would have the state of a galaxy which just have nothing. There is nothing. There is no republic at the moment. The First Order or the Last Order, you can take it as you want.
No, there is a new republic. They still exist.
They got more or less completely destroyed in the movies.
Yeah, but they're still kind of there. They're still like... well, I don't know. Unless we pan to Coruscant and see what the council looks like, I don't think...
I'm so angry that they... I mean, I'm happy that they didn't destroy Coruscant. They did destroy Balmorra, because it's now the new seat of the New Republic. Was the new seat of the New Republic. Because Coruscant is so... I don't know why they changed it. They stated it in the books, but I don't remember anymore. I think because of the bad touch would it have it would be the same.
I suppose, but you just don't repeat the sins of the past. You don't hide away from them, is what I would say to that. I don't know, Coruscant's awesome.
The thing is, in my head, the new canon and the old legend canons is one big mush, so I'm not every time 100% sure what is right and what is actually canon at the moment.
I would have
Because
preferred if the last 3 films didn't exist, personally, as well.
Yeah, that didn't help the canon at all. That's true.
Yeah.
Did you know that under the Jedi Temple of Coruscant, why they built it there?
Nope.
Actually, it's quite common that Sith build over pointed of where the Force is quite potent, but only the light side of the Force. So they build their monuments and stuff over things which are highly potent in the light side and try to corrupt it with this.
Alright.
And the Jedi thought, oh yeah, let's do the same on Coruscant where the big spot of Dark Force is. But they never achieved it, which leads to the whole stuff with Lord Sidious and all, which helped him to cloud the vision of the Jedis.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah, I can see how that would play out. But yeah, a bit of a random tangent of discussion.
Sorry,
I
on
know.
the Star Wars.
No, it's cool. I still think, regardless of if you want to set it after 9 or after 4, it's fine by me. I just think that they're very similar, sort of like, aside from the New Republic and a couple of the bits, they're kind of the same sort of stalemate of who knows what. You could do anything in that.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Like, I just like that idea that you could have those spontaneous AI situations that would take it in a completely different direction, right? That wouldn't be canon, but would be incredibly fun, right? And you would be able to impact that depending on what you did and who you influenced, and if you became in a certain direction either way, right? More than just light and dark. We're talking political decisions. We're talking management over things. And
Yeah,
it leads to such
true.
dynamic and compelling gameplay. That's why Crusader Kings still remains one of my favorite games of all time. It's because you can just be anything, really. Like, you can be the most annoying vassal in the universe. You can play the spy game. You can force the hand of leaders. You can. The worst thing to do in Crusader Kings is to become the Emperor, for example. Because everybody hates the Emperor. Everybody wants to kill the Emperor. So what you do is you don't become the Emperor. You become basically like a puppet master. You have everyone in your pocket. You marry your family into the right places, things like that. It's just really quite endearing gameplay that I wish more would be done with in other games and other styles. Because it makes sense. It's a missed opportunity. I don't think any other game has nailed it quite as heavily as Crusader Kings has.
No.
And it's
No.
it's very, I know it's one of those things where you need a lot of time to learn how to play it, and there are still things I learn every day that I play it. It's thick, right? It's like, here's the game manual for a normal game. It's like a piece of paper. Here's Crusader Kings. It's like 700 massive leather-bound, tomes that are in a completely different language than you speak. So it's like, okay, I'll work this out as I go, and then you're like, that's what that means. The thing is, with Crusader Kings, the only way you learn how to play the game is not with an online guide. You actually need to open real-life Wikipedia and find out what happened at a certain time with certain characters in real history, and then use that to your advantage. Because a lot of the AI plays off of those base inspirations. There are events that happen that impact the world. It's just very interesting. I mean, to be honest, you could even do, if we were going to transition that into the Star Wars idea again, even on what we already know, right? The first 3 films, and then just have it set just before those 3 original films that came out, right? And then let you, with the knowledge of what you know, tailor things and change how things happened. I just think it's yeah. But it could also apply to, I don't know, any fantasy world, really. Any game, any series.
I would really like to have this game now. I would even completely ignore the whole fighting part you mentioned.
Yeah.
Just Crusader Kings with Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly, basically. But it would be nice to have that other section. You know what I mean?
The mounted blade fighting system.
Yes. But obviously a lot more like you would expect from a Star Wars AAA, fighter experience. But there's nothing more compelling to me than games that handle big ship battles. And there's so few of them that touch it with a 10-foot barge pole because of the amount of things that can be on screen and the amount of things that can go wrong with that. He looked towards a Meonite.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, simulation and God style games, where you control the fates of everything, have always interested me. And I've always hoped that one day we would see a Final Fantasy style thing like that. I don't know how they would do that, but like you could do stories from Final Fantasy and have like worlds represented in a similar style and then play it out how you want, right? Or the history of a world prior to a game's release and you make that up, right? With war and conquest. And...
As more as I think about the whole Star Wars idea, it would make sense to start a game just right when the Phantom Menace starts. Maybe 5 years before.
I've just had the
because
instant
then
thing.
You can have all the scripted events if possible.
Yeah.
And the interesting part is you could also have completely different course of action, because what actually happened in all the Star Wars universes, that the technology decline over the years. They have because of stagnation, of too much peace and too much one power and stuff. It's interesting to see, and with the possibilities which this game gives, you can make your own story and see how the whole Star Wars universe react to a new factor.
And that's exactly how Crusader Kings works. For example, when the Crusades actually happen, or a jihad happens, or any of those events that happen in Crusader Kings that are based on real life, you are affected, but you can affect that in a different way. And I think you've hit a nail on the head. And I'm just thinking back at all of the stuff from even the prequel films. Like, how cool would be the actual Clone Wars in...
Yeah, that's what I meant with the Phantom Menace. That's episode 1.
Yeah, but like the Clone Wars was in like in the droid battles, and just that would be incredible.
Or can you even make some decisions to stop this, that there is no civil war?
Or you go to I forget the name of the planet where they bred the clones.
Camino,
and I don't know, blow it up. Before.
Yeah, or let the Separatists win. What will happen then?
And then see, and then Count Dooku doesn't get killed, and yeah.
What happens if Darth Sidious's plan doesn't work out?
Oh, you know what? I would want to play as the Techno Union. That would be amazing. Star Wars geekiness.
Game developers out there, we have here the perfect game for you. Just rewatch our live stream.
Basically, yeah. I would play that in a heartbeat. But yeah, the more grand strategy style games do work. They have certainly a more niche audience, but I think if you can simplify it to a certain degree, like that's what Crusader Kings is, Civilization is to me, right? It's very simple. It has a different gameplay loop, but it's kind of like your entry into the rabbit hole. So if Square Enix, for example, wanted to bring people down that route, that's the way they would go, right? They'd go with a Civilization style, like Sid Meier's style, sort of casual approach to things, make it look pretty, keep stats off the screen for the most part. But then it's like a drug, isn't it? You give them a little piece, and then you start to elaborate as you develop that idea. All right, you give them the harder stuff.
Use it.
I don't know. At the end of the day, I play a lot of very different games than I used to, and it's healthy because I start to see the strengths and weaknesses in everything. And whoever says there isn't a perfect game is probably right, but you can get pretty close by combining elements. Like, how do you learn to be better at creating an idea and fleshing out an idea? By learning from other ideas, right? That's literally what 14 has done to be as successful as it is. Do that with other genres and we're good. You know? Like, for example, Final Fantasy Tactics, right, is one of the most loved turn-based tactics games ever made. There have been games that have tried to replicate that feeling, many of which have felt pretty hollow, honestly. Now, when it comes to a remake of that, I would quite like to see more than just a graphical update. I would actually like to see some gameplay improvements and new ideas been thrown into the mix, like what we've just talked about. Mix things up a little bit, make it so that there are other gameplay loops within there, or other ways of, addressing stuff like that. Really get stuck into that Ivalice lore,
Yeah.
Because Tactics is very much, without spoiling it, all about armies, leading armies. There's so many little stories that are created with characters that literally have no name until you give them names. Yeah, you've got Ramza and etc., right? But no one else has a name. They're just basically soldiers. I don't know. Because if the rumor was to be true that they were going to do like a remaster or whatever, that's fine. But if they want to do a remake, they should go all out. Like, full on. They need, developers need to be less afraid of change, and to not only deliver what the original concept was if they're doing a remake, but a remake to me is to completely redo the game, right? To add something to it as well that wasn't there in the original, that enhances the gameplay. Now, if it takes away from the gameplay and takes too far away from the original, then I agree that's probably not a good thing.
It depends for me. I can't give you a yes or no answer, because in some games I'm okay with if they would change it, but for other games I would be quite angry if they change 1% of the game.
See, my thing with Final Fantasy VII, the remake, which is what they call it, it's not a remake to me.
It's a completely new game for me.
It's a sequel to me. And
it kind of is.
So the reason I say that is because you've got Final Fantasy VII, and then you've got branching paths with the entirety of the 7 series, because it's got its own sub-series, as we know. But one of the parallel paths to 7 is 7 Remake. So it can't be a remake. It happens at the same time, but...
Isn't it more like an alternative universe?
It is an alternative. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So to call it a remake, to me, doesn't work.
Yeah, that's true.
See, that's my idea of...
I mean, that was bad naming on their part.
Now, it's a good game, don't get me wrong. I don't want people to get all angry in the future when they watch this. I enjoyed it. but I just think that the terminology doesn't make sense.
But yeah, I completely agree.
It's what they should call it is Final Fantasy VII retelling.
Oh yeah, that would be a good name for it.
If you're gonna go with the title, like retelling would be we've got a bad guy.
Where?
Oh, I stood in it. Oops, sorry. You're gonna have to pull it all the way back. Watch your... Oh dear.
Behind out.
Careful. This other one has pulled. For some reason. Yeah, I mean, I like remake. I just don't like calling it remake. It's like... say what it actually is. Because a remake of Final Fantasy VII would be keeping it at least the same storyline. They could have done other gameplay changes, right? Like the Mount Coral thing, etc. Fine, awesome, great, awesome, whatever. Add those things, you know, because it's got to fit modern expectations. I'm fine with that. But the storyline in a remake has to kind of make the same storyline. Otherwise, it's a retelling.
On the style of the game, yes.
Yeah.
I would say in a Final Fantasy game, yes. For example, if you have a game which has different endings, I'm totally open if they add a new ending.
Well, the thing is, with 7 Remake, it did somewhat follow the same story of the Midgar section, while adding more to it.
Yeah, I guess, but
it was just the ending that was kind of...
Well, no, it changed. It changed as soon as you got off the train, because that's when you started to get, like, the other characters started to get affected by the whispers, the whispers of fate, or whatever you want to call them.
But it still followed the general.
It did, but it had already differed. It already, you know what I mean? So, like, you're at a stop, like a crossroads. In one universe you turn left, the other turn right. You might end up being in the same area, but the difference is that you've already made that divergence because you went left or right, even if you ended on the same street eventually. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is exactly what happened with 7 Remake. Is for some unknown reason, which I believe, I don't know, you go in all kinds of speculation. I don't know, Sephiroth seeing his own future, changing it. So I don't know how this is even going to play out, but it became a new game as soon as the whispers were there. It became it stopped being a remake and became a retelling as soon as those whispers went there, because it was not just, oh well, this is new. It's oh, this is a completely different game now. At least in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But this isn't an echo chamber, obviously. I mean, I can be right and wrong. I can have my own thingies, and so can everyone else. But if anyone else has their own idea of what they feel like 7, do people think that it's a remake, a retelling, or... You see, I really wish I could hear you, Fran, over all of this and my noise-cancelling headphones, because I would love to hear your opinion on it, but I can't, which is a real shame. But,
She basically said, for her, it's a remake because she takes it quite literally, because they remake the story.
You see, there's the... Okay, I guess some people will take it literal rather than what the game actually is then. It's interesting. Jamie Rose says it's a reimagining. You see, that's another way of putting it. Yeah, like retelling, reimagining. Yeah.
I mean, I would consider it a sequel.
Yeah, technically, because I mean, you know for a fact that now they... I was going to say a spoiler. Things can change based on the things the characters should not have seen. But have.
Is it really a sequel? Because
Yes.
this would state that the events actually happen from the original 7.
It's a sequel in an alternate universe.
Parrot, if you've played it and seen the ending, you'd say it's a sequel.
Yeah.
Because it kind of rewrites a certain other game as well, called Crisis Core.
Yeah, and it also kind of... Because it shows scenes from Advent Children as well.
Yeah,
Spoiler.
that is, yeah. Well, yeah. See, the reason they've done this, though, right? Let's get down to brass tacks. The reason they've done that in the first place is because they're afraid that new players to Final Fantasy VII will not have seen any of the other stuff, right? So they will be trying to include stuff from as much as humanly possible from the games and the movie and all other things that people will not have seen. And that's why they went back and did Crisis Core recently. That's the main reason, so that it was in a fresh state that new players could play it, because they know that the next part will feature said character from Crisis Core in a big way, right?
Yeah.
That's the context of it. Get inside the circle, please. But that's why they're going like, oh yeah, these are little scenes reused from Advent Children, used as like flashbacks and things, and future backs. What's it called when you have a vision of the future, like prophecy?
Visions.
Yeah, but like, I suppose visions, like a very prophetic kind of snapshot. Yeah. It's weird how we don't have a trendy word like flashback, but flash forward?
No, I
No,
mean,
it
you could...
doesn't-
Foretelling, you could use this.
Foretelling. Yeah.
But I'm not an English native. I'm pretty sure you have more words for this.
There we go. That's what we'll call it. Final Fantasy VII Foretelling. That sounds like a much worse title, actually. You know, this is like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. What is a Revengeance? That's not a word. I mean, it might be a word now, but it wasn't a word, I don't think. It's like revenge. Revengeance? What? I'm going to start making up words as well. It's not a Realm Reborn anymore, it's a Realm Rebornance. No, Rebornance. It doesn't make any sense. You pulled a Chimera. Now that might be not too solid for the other people in our group.
Yeah, that's the problem sometimes.
Holy moly. You know.
Bombs.
Did you die to a bomb? Don't die to a bomb.
No,
Well-
I died because it used swing and it didn't move out fast
Oh,
enough.
I know that old chestnut. He's dead. Everyone is dead, Dave. Morning, Ashley. Hey, Snowflake. How you doing? Welcome on in. Currently creeping our way back up for a new run.
I mean, the next part of the 7 remake. And
Rebirth.
that's what Chris is the Rebirth.
You see, Rebirth is an interesting name.
We got Grievous.
We got Double Grievous, actually.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a bad boy.
That's how.
How are you doing, chat? I hope you're well. That is an adorable cat in a box. I like that emote. Both of those are adorable, actually. Quite a few.
There's another one coming.
I'm in the wrong place. Bye.
Guys?
You gotta get out, Para.
Yeah.
And now you can use that Phoenix down.
Yeah, wow.
That one's coming straight towards you, by the way.
Yes, that is.
You might want to pull it back.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yee.
No! I was too fast.
Well then. Well then.
Why? Why am also in the game too fast? No.
But you stepped out of it and then you stepped back.
Yeah, I wanted to walk into the attack and not before the attack. You know what I mean?
One of your party members does not meet the requirements.
Yeah, because I didn't reset anything yet. This was stupid.
Hey, Supremos. Wow, I just came here. Wow. Yes, you did just come here. That's correct. You did indeed just come here. Oh. Meh. Next. Still, we had a thrilling discussion about Star Wars, so that's all that I care about. So.
You know what I find funny about the Star Wars movies? Like, when the prequels came out, everyone didn't like them, saying that they weren't as good as the originals. And then when the sequels came out, they said that they're not as good as the originals or the prequels.
Yeah.
Which is true.
And people started kind of saying that the prequels are actually not bad. So when the next set of movies come out, they're going to be saying that the 7 through 9's going to be not bad either, probably.
I don't think so. I just rewatched all 9 movies yesterday and today. And I'm as stupid the first few movies at some parts are. They're much better than the new trilogy because they are so senseless in many ways, which the actions and the behavior of the people in there are you don't know why. You can't explain it just.
But yeah, it's definitely a thing. Window open for 1 second and wipe. Yeah, that happens in a roguelike.
This is maybe not a good idea, Meoni.
Why?
Do we get this down before it explodes?
We should be able to kill this before it explodes. Unless we don't press buttons. So that's fine. Oh, that's... okay. It's fine. They're trying to rectify that with some of the current series. Yeah, but relying on spin-off series to rectify the films is... They should have never been in that situation in the first place. I agree with you, though, because I quite like...
What is rectifying means?
To fix issues with the films by, I don't know, fleshing out parts of the world.
How can they fix the future with events from the past? Timeline-wise.
I think it's more fixing the reputation.
Yeah, they're not talking about their timeline fixing. They're talking about, because nothing can fix that. But fixing the actual people are angry at what they did to. I mean, don't spoil anything from Star Wars here, but fixing things they did with certain characters and things in those films, for example, that were stupid. Huh?
Oh, there's still new stuff coming out for Star Wars.
Yes, it is. Yeah. No, they're not.
Not the recent trilogy or the prequels.
And it came out a couple of years ago. But anyway, yeah, it is. It's a mess. Hope you get great loot. Oh, we're not interested in loot at all in any way, shape, or form. There's very little that can be gained from it. But thank you for your best wishes. It's just a case of, I guess, not being distracted enough, but I stand in something stupid. It'll be fine this time. It's not a big deal anyway. It's like, oh wow, we lost an hour. Whatever will we do? Can't hear you, friend, so... You think the fandom is exhausting? I mean, it is for any science fiction stuff. Well, anything ever. I mean, look at the
Yeah.
look at the Final Fantasy fandom. Holy crap, dude!
Yeah.
I think it's a disgusting thing that this game is not turn-based. Blah 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 blah. I mean, going out their way to be like incredibly toxic for no reason. Okay, we get your point, but then they just go on this like tirade. Where they start being like, oh, lazy developers, lazy this, crap designers. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. What on earth? See, it's like, oh, we live in a day and an age where all we just get is crap shovelware stuff and with nothing with any thought put into it. I miss the days of turn-based games. Yeah, so do I. But guess what? They haven't died because there's still plenty of turn-based games that do it better than Final Fantasy did. I'm sorry, I said it.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Octopath 2 is a better, like combat-wise, a better game. Oh god, am I going to say it? Than Final Fantasy 7.
Ooh, hot take.
Yeah, that's a really hot take. I mean, I'm with what 7 do you mean? The
Original? Oh, for goodness sake, original. Combat-wise. Just combat-wise. Not storyline, anything else.
I'm even with you in both ones, the old and the new one.
I mean, the new 7 combat is basically Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same combat designer as Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, and my heart just breaks every time.
I just think that people get way too angry about this stuff. It's like, the thing is though, right? What you can say about, especially with Final Fantasy, is every Final Fantasy is designed to be different because that's what it has to be. For too long, you could argue that Final Fantasy games, at least the single player series, have been quite stagnant with their direction and been too afraid of going outside of the boundaries of what gameplay they did. And every time that they did try to come out of that safe spot, they didn't fully commit to it, so we ended up with a much
15.
worse experience. Yeah. It could have been so much better, but at least they reached out, right? One of the things that was really interesting recently is that people, some articles on the internet, and I'm not going to name the name of the publications because they know who they are. No. Again, I'm not going to, because they know who they are. They were like, oh, Final Fantasy going action RPG for the first time in the series. I was like, so I'm like, sit there going, okay, they know nothing. Okay, right. So it's just drama baiting. Okay, right, cool. Good to know. Good to know. What a statement, though. Final Fantasy has never touched the action.
So what was 15 then?
15 was chopped liver, apparently. Like that didn't exist. It's like, what?
The thing is, I saw this too, and I think I understand what the person meant.
Well, like,
Because I don't see Final Fantasy XV as an action RPG. Because for me, an action RPG battle system is like DMC or Bayonetta, if you know what I mean. It's a combo-based, stylish
I mean,
action RPG.
I mean, they kind of tried to go that way.
15
kinda
had
try, but-
combos. It's
I mean,
just,
I kind of can try to run a marathon, but doesn't mean I get it.
I mean,
Yeah, but you can-
I will still stand by that 15's combat had potential. It just never got there.
no, what you're missing the point of is it would be classified as an action RPG power, just not a very good one.
Yeah, if you go with just the pure...
Like the generalization of what the game is, because it doesn't have
Yeah.
turn-based, right? You are
I mean,
pressing
if
a button
you put
to
it
slash.
this way, yes, you're true.
If you
That's
press
true.
button to slash enemy, it is no longer a
Yeah.
turn-based game. Now, what it is beyond that point is up to the eye of the beholder, I guess. But
I mean, you could also say that Final Fantasy XIV is an action combat system.
yeah, it was.
Kind of was.
The gambit system was very heavily locked into time.
I mean, ATB system is something different completely.
12 was a weird hybrid.
There's, yeah. Well, to be fair, also, the whole 14 could be seen as thing is it's an interesting argument because that's comparing an MMORPG to a single player game, and that already is quite an unholy like comparison to begin with. That's like to use your own analogies. That's like comparing a marathon to a 100 meter sprint. They're different in every, or like comparing a marathon to, I don't know, swimming on your back for 5 minutes.
I mean, I can go even further and say that you would say Skyrim is an action RPG.
Yeah.
Actually is, isn't it?
It's a first-person RPG.
No, you can play it third person.
So it's an action RPG when you play it third person. Anyway, the point is that this guy was like, yo, this is the first time that Final Fantasy's ever done action-based RPG game combat, but it's awful, treading away from the series roots, blah, blah, blah. It's like, A, no. B, no. Like, you've got to move with the times. You have to. Right, okay. I love turn-based games, right? Some of the best games ever made have been turn-based. They still exist. They're still being made by Square Enix. They're just not Final Fantasy. People have to understand that Octopath Traveler is Final Fantasy.
Bravely Default is Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is not AAA productions, to be fair.
Oh, I would disagree.
I mean, sure, you I don't know. Yeah, I mean, no, that's not AAA for me. So no.
Well, neither is Diablo 4 isn't AAA to me, but even though it is, so to be honest, AAA as a sign of any kind of recognition these days is actually a pretty stinky sticker to put on something that I don't like anymore. Because
It doesn't mean it's a bad game.
Doesn't mean it's good either.
No, I think there's a huge difference between it's a good game and a AAA, AA, or normal or A production.
Double A. I'm gonna get my
Yeah, of
batteries
course.
ready.
That's a
Is it actually a term? Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
that.
double A is.
I thought that was just a type of battery. Okay.
no,
I mean,
double
it is,
A.
but it's also, it's not quite AAA standards, but it's still like very high quality.
Yeah, that's
And
what
a
I
lot of budget.
put all these,
True.
let's put it, mini projects from Square Enix, like this Project Valkyria game they had.
Wait, was Valkyria Square Enix?
I think
It was
so.
published by Square Enix.
Oh,
Yeah.
published. Yeah, but that's like saying EA made The Sims. They didn't. Maxis made The Sims.
Yeah.
Because Star Ocean was published by Square Enix, but it's made by Trius.
That's right. Fishihari says, I want Final Fantasy, not Octopath. Yeah, those games exist. They're called Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9, and 10, and 10 2,
Yeah.
and 12 if you see it as one.
I'm
And
just
13.
missing the huge AAA production round-based.
The thing
Oh,
is, those days might have gone.
At least for time being.
Got this one, Jabais.
Yeah, just pick one.
But like to me, Final Fantasy is more about the story, the setting, the how the story is told and all that.
I
It's
remember.
It's not really gameplay.
Oh, I don't know. You're half right. Yeah, but I would say that Final Fantasy has always been triple A in the past, if the label can be used as such, because of how visually just stunning every game looked. Like from FMVs onwards to the CGI stuff that they used for the Spirits Within, what they learned from that, and then they moved on to using a lot of that stuff in the games, and the transition from full motion video into proper CG, and then the budget for that, and then the decision that was stupid, in my opinion, to make a film that was actually canon to watch prior to the release of Final Fantasy 15, which was ridiculous.
There was also an anime as well, I think.
Yeah.
Or was that the version?
Yeah, the anime is actually set. It's like 6-part, and it's before the actual. It's when they're kids, basically. It retells the story of their childhood and stuff, which makes no sense, because when you learn about Prompto later on in the story, that it actually kind of doesn't make any sense. But anyway, it's always been about. To me, it's always been, great storylines, okay, but it's always looked absolutely ridiculous every single time. Like when I was a kid, when you saw a trailer for the next Final Fantasy game, like I remember the Final Fantasy X trailer. Holy crap, dude. Like, you didn't need to know anything else about the game other than it had Final Fantasy as a name and the visuals that were presented with the cutscenes that they showed in that trailer. That's all you needed, and you knew that you were going to buy that game. Now, could you say the same today? No, because everything is starting to look very similar. Unreal Engine 5 is going to be, have you seen how many games are using that engine this year alone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just all of the major AAA studios that you would classify as are using it. Every game is now going to look the same. You're not going to be able to judge a book by its cover anymore. So there's less effort being placed, I think, into those sort of look at this game, come and play it. And I think, to me, the marketing makes a AAA game a AAA game in the first place, as well as the game itself. Because Square Enix and Squaresoft put so much money, I think, into the marketing campaigns, and comparatively to how they do today, I don't think it's an unfair statement to say that not a single person here has seen an Octopath 2 Octopath Traveler 2 trailer on anywhere other than maybe Twitch once or twice, maybe the week of its release. Did you see a theater of a trailer? Nope. Did you see insert any of these games, right?
The World Ends With You practically got zero marketing.
But if we were in 1999 right now, Morgana, and that game came out or whatever, it would have the most insane trailer made for it. It would have a marketing campaign. There's a lot more care and interest in that, I think. You don't think they would, Jamie? I really think they would have. But I think the names of things, like the studios themselves, were so much more of an icon than anything else, right? Would you agree with that?
Partially.
Oh, you haven't seen any of those trailers yet? Oh, okay. Yeah. Go on, Para, yeah.
That's one part of the whole AAA thing. I mean, they make these games like Octopath and these in quotes and quotes small games.
Yeah, you could call it that. You could call it that, yeah.
There's not a huge team behind. That's all partly part of it.
Yeah, but the early Final Fantasy games were the same.
The budget for the marketing is quite limited.
The same could be said for I don't know, at least some of the early Final Fantasy games, right? They didn't have the money to really...
But you can't compare the times. That's
true. Yeah, you are right. I suppose that would be, yeah, especially with inflation and how the world... It's also saturation as well as affected it. Like, the market is way more saturated because of the ease of access to... Well, let's put it this way. Video games are more prevalent as a piece of media in 2023 than they were in 1998. Let's put it that way. Now, I mean exponentially. People used to... I mean, they still do, but especially back then, a lot of people who did play video games didn't admit to playing video games. Whereas today, less so, I would say.
Less, yeah. The thing is... the whole industry change. I mean, many people might not, but some might remember the early PC games, how big the packaging was for them. You get a completely shoebox of packaging material, more or less, with a nice
big box PC games.
Yeah, and
you know, a ton of extras in it as well.
Yeah, and everything else, and compared to today, every box game from the past would be a collector's edition today if you put it in comparison.
You know what I miss? You know what I miss? Reading on the toilet, because that's what I used.
Instruction manual.
Full color instruction manuals and game books. I don't care what game it could have been on. I don't know, the Game Gear. It could have been on the Mega Drive. The box always had a little full color. Most of the time they had a full color. Like the Sonic games, every game that I remember playing, like all the Super Nintendo games, especially like the SNES ones, SNES, they all had full color books, and I used to, you know, unashamedly, I used to take a piece of reading material to the bathroom to to read, and I would read game manuals.
I used to read them on the bus home,
and I don't know how. Like I was so weird as a kid. I don't know if you resonate with this as well, but did anyone else ever just pick up a game and look at the panels on the back of the game, but for hours, and never...
I mean, this was how I decided to buy a game or not.
Yeah,
back then.
But like,
you go to your designated video game store,
yeah,
and you looked for hours on the back of the games and decide, okay, I buy this. And mostly this time, games were not translated for me. So everything, when I was in the first school stuff, of course I couldn't speak English, but every game was English.
Yeah.
And yeah, play as I don't know how old I was, but a little child, Baldur's Gate. Yeah, nice try. I didn't know what happened for the whole game, but it was cool.
I also remember not just at the game store though, but like actually... You know, for example, if my mum was like, oh, your dinner will be ready in a minute, it's going to be fish fingers or fish cakes and chips, because, you know, or it'd be fish fingers, chips and beans. That was the go-to when I came home from school. So instead of me being a good kid and, you know, I'd come down late, and then when I was waiting for things to be dished out, like my food or whatever, I'd have Pokemon or Digimon on the TV or whatever, and then I'd be looking, I'd bring the game case down for the game I'd be playing, and I'd be looking at the back of it whilst I ate every single bite of those fish fingers. I refused to put something down. I was amazed. It blew my mind. I don't know. And everything was in color and...
What I wanted to say is, advertising for games back then was they printed some stuff into a game magazine. That was advertising for games back then.
Yeah, but game magazines actually properly existed. Yeah, demo discs, especially in the PlayStation stuff, were brilliant. Yeah. Some of the best things about the demo discs as well, like I've still got some of my demo discs from a PlayStation, PS1 stuff, and the best thing about them is that they were always taken from an earlier development point than the final game. And I remember the Final Fantasy VII like demo, which went all the way through to the bombing mission until after the first boss with the laser scorpion. I remember distinctly that in the demo, no matter how much you grinded, they overtuned the first boss deliberately to make it a challenge. Like, it was actually kind of... I remember it being way harder than the final release version by a massive margin. And then sometimes it'd be like extra monsters in some of the games. Like I remember there was a Silent Hill demo included with Metal Gear Solid that you had. And it's nothing like Silent Hill 1 at all. Like, I don't know what they were even taking that stuff. Like, I loved discovering things like that. And I think it's a wonderful piece of nostalgia that I can never get rid of, is the idea that people weren't afraid of going, hey, here's our game in its current form, and like as a little timestamp, and then see what you think about it. And it's nowhere near going to be the final version. Like, we get something like that with early access, but it's not the same.
Yeah. I mean, often were demos also just built for the demo. This stuff never happened in the final game. They just built a demo. That's what they did.
But it's so cool, though. So cool.
I mean, this whole early access thing is for me just a blatant rip-off. But that's, I guess, normal in today's time.
I don't know, sometimes you get lucky with early access games.
A lot of the time when you do get lucky with early access games, a lot of those are like Terraria style games, if you know what I mean.
Or Vampire Survivors.
Yeah, because they're like little slices of what could be, and it's not going to change that drastically, like core-wise. So you get a good idea of what the final product would be like, only just more fleshed out. Whereas...
No, but that's not the thing. It's kind of, for me, not cool to... I pay money to do beta testing for the company, which they should do.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you are right, yeah.
That's the same why I'm so against wearing clothes where you can see the brand. Why should I get paid money to make advertising for them?
No,
they
that's
should pay
definitely
me to wear this.
That one is definitely a you thing. Personally, I don't have the same opinion on that one, but I see where you're coming from, though. Especially with the, you know, I mean, I think it was, if I remember correctly, was it Jim Sterling who coined the phrase "turning players into payers"? I think it was.
So.
And that is such a true statement, regardless of anything else you agree with Jim Sterling or whatever. But it's a true statement. That's what happened after the 90s, is that they wanted to try and take in as much. It's usually the publishers that it levered that kind of, put that leverage onto the developer to create builds specifically to get people to pay before a game came out. Because realistically, if you told me back when I was 18, 19, that in this day and age we would be paying for a game that wasn't even out yet, I would have slapped myself in the face. But I accept it now, and it's just I don't like accepting it, but I have to because every company does it. It's almost impossible not to have that experience. I'll put a little bit more focus into these next floors. Sorry about last time. But it's true. Like those days have gone, right? As much money as you can make. Satisfactory has been my favorite early access game. The thing is, though, it does work for some games. That's we're definitely not saying that all games are the same. They're certainly not. It just means that this is a practice that does happen 90% of the time. But there are exceptions. Like Satisfactory, the way that Satisfactory has been releasing content is ridiculous. They're essentially releasing... Let's be honest. That game could never release and people would be happy, because that's to me that's not really early access. This is a forever changing experience that's always improving, and every patch is revolutionizing and adding new stuff, and it is. It's a fantastic game, but I don't know if I class it, me personally, as early access anymore, because it's so bloody polished. Yeah, there's room for improvement, but I think there'll always be room for improvement. I don't think there'll ever be a final, you know what I mean? It's more like a chapterized game development rather than like, does anyone really think that Minecraft ever released? No, I don't think it did. I really don't think Minecraft ever released, because it still has the same problems as it had when I first played it. But it's evolving all the time, right? I think it's unfair to brush the same game, like all games, the same way. But for stuff like Diablo 4, right? Let's put the elephant of a room center stage. Okay. Now, I enjoyed the heck out of both of those weekends, and I enjoyed the game. Do I think the business practice is anything to be proud of? God, no.
You mean that you paid that you can be on the first beta?
Yes.
BS. I'm with you.
It actually hurts my soul, but I did it anyway because I wanted to. And it's not necessarily FOMO, but it kind of is at the same time. You know what makes it worse? The fact that taking part in those weekends, which I'm glad they did a public one a second time around anyway, but there was this fear of, there's this like dog pet thing that you can get, okay, for the final game permanently. Now, I was worried in my head that if I waited till the public open, I know how heavy Blizzard games get crushed in terms of, and it's an online, always online live service game, okay? It's already a red flag. I know. But I was worried about kind of missing out on the dog. So I was like, well, if I pay to play the game that I'll probably be playing anyway, then I'll get my dog, because there'll presumably be less people buying the game, right? To play that first weekend.
Let's be honest, that's the only reason they made this.
Exactly. And
I mean, honestly, let's be honest. Having like Blizzard doing a TFC kind of promotion for the beta is kind of genius on their part. Oh,
the business side of thing with Activision Blizzard is genius in every single way. Ethically, good luck with that one. And if anyone can ever ethically, side with it ethically is another thing entirely. But business wise, it's how you make money. They've made an absolute ton, because there are people like me. Nearly everybody, I think, were like, I think I will pay for the standard edition or whatever to play it this weekend, even though it doesn't come out till June, so I can get a dog. A lot of people did that. Not everybody, but a lot of people were trapped, like myself, into that mindset.
most companies does this today because it works.
It does.
They play with the people's fear of losing something.
Yeah, the FOMO. Fear of missing out.
I mean, I'm not going to be hypocritical and say that I wasn't sucked into the trap, because I was, and I am every single time.
Of course. Me too.
But it doesn't make it right.
I mean, it's the same with these digital special editions. Yeah, you get this item.
Pre-order bonus.
Yeah.
Well, we're still on the Diablo train. The whole, but you can, if you buy the deluxe or ultimate version instead, then you get these this extra time to play it before everyone else, because the standard edition doesn't have those 4 days head start. I mean, I don't know about you, but 4 days in any live service game is huge.
Of course.
Yeah, because there's going to be a bunch of people that are way ahead of people that just get the normal.
Well, there's PvP in the game. That's my thing. I cannot stand PvP in those types of games, so I won't be doing it. But to know that there is, then I know for a fact that that's where the FOMO comes back in. If you are planning to do PvP leaderboard rankings or whatever, I don't know, whatever the crap is. I'm not that interested in the PvP side, but people are. They need to buy that version now. Do you see?
Probably, yeah.
They're not going to buy the standard version if they want to, it's, yeah.
It depends, to be honest. When they make the PvP leaderboard is the same as the leader for PvE, do you have to create a separate character that don't start it before, then yeah.
Oh, I love a McSpicy. Where's my McSpicy?
But I mean, let's be true. Final Fantasy does this too, so...
Yeah, Square Enix is known for the same business practices as everyone else. And you know why? Yeah. Because if you can't beat them, you join them. And that's how the industry is.
I don't think they really want to beat them. I mean...
You got to remember, at the end of the day, any company, especially...
They want to earn money.
That's it. And the shareholders every single year will expect a higher turnover than the previous year. And the only way you do that is by milking. And I mean hard. Like milking very hard. So just be glad that we have Yoshi P and not someone else. Because Final Fantasy XIV... in anyone else's hands, I would fear it would already have some seriously different things on that cash shop.
Much more, let's put it, yeah.
Final Fantasy 14 NFTs.
Well, no, I'm not even going to go down that route. I was talking in general, like paying for power. Now, some people have different opinions about it, the SDS vendor, the rest of it, right? But in my opinion, there's a lot. Let's just put it this way, without confirming either way, because I know somebody will get annoyed if I say it has no pay aspects to win. Essentially, I'm not going to get into that argument. It's pointless. I'll leave that to other people. However, I will say it has less than it could have, and that is 100% the truth. It would be a lot worse.
Yeah, because I remember a lot of people were concerned when they were thinking about adding jump potions.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't really personally want to get involved in a discussion of what you see, what each person in the universe decides is paid to win or not. I don't give an actual rat's bottom about that, about other people's opinions or even my own. But the fact is, it would be worse in general for everybody on that cash shop if we did not have somebody like Yoshi P. And he does take the credit for that. He does take the credit for that. He has been quoted on many occasions to be against things that would be harmful in the end. And if I remember correctly, he wasn't exactly thrilled with the idea of the NFT thing either. But that's why I'm kind of going into Yoshi P being involved in development of more things is a really positive. but games and companies that make the games, or even publish the games, most importantly, will always try to make the most money. It's important to turn over a certain amount, or to... Thing is as well, some games, I don't know if you've heard about this. I think this was probably on another Jim Sterling video, but the whole idea of deliberately earning a negative profit from negative decisions so that you turn a better a profit of a positive the following year. You heard about this? So the idea is that you want to create a situation where your performance is not too high. So like, if you make it too much of a good environment that sells really well, you suffer from your success, because then the following years the turnover is still expected to be higher than it was last. So by gauging those expectations, and instead of, for example, what is the thing that everybody wants for Final Fantasy XIV? Crossovers, right? More stuff to do with other Final Fantasy games. Now, I'm no expert on any of this, but if you see how many people figuratively, like statistically, come back for certain patch cycles and return to the game, and new people are brought on, it coincides almost identically with content releases that, you know, direct content releases, all those collaborations. If you were to do a Final Fantasy XVI collaboration, you do not do that at the same time as everything else that's going on, right? You gauge these things, you stagger them, and it's not at the end of the day for the individual's well-being to space it out or anything. Not primarily. That might be an afterthought or a side thought, but it's so that you do not set expectations beyond what's possible for your shareholders. If this game outperforms drastically over every other, like for example, Endwalker's a fantastic expansion, but if it outperforms something like Shadowbringers by too much, then you've got that, you take that point to that point, and that's a growth index, right? And then comparatively, your company and the people at the top would expect, you know, your investors would expect the same or more amount of growth in each of those cycles. Otherwise, you have what Blizzard Entertainment had with World of Warcraft. And then people lose their jobs. And then complete turnarounds happen. And then other things happen. And yeah, so on and so forth. But I don't think a lot of people see it from that point of view. And that's how you're supposed to see it. You're not supposed to see the more capitalist and the business-centric side of things. You are the consumer, for the most part. But, yeah. So when people are like, oh, if they did this in the game, I would return in a heartbeat. Well, they probably will. But you're going to be waiting for this, and this, and this to happen before that. You know, those things will still happen. I can guarantee those things will happen. Like the biggest things you can think of, like Final Fantasy VII Remake crossover stuff. They are not foolish. Okay, they're you could say a million things in the world, but you can never say that the people at especially creative business, you know, Unit 3, they are not foolish. The priority of things has already been set in stone. There is a system and an order to everything. And as Yoshi P has said many times before, there is a pipeline for these things. And the reason the pipeline is the way it is not primarily just because... Let me res. Not primarily just because limitations on budget and things like that. But it's also based on wanting to make sure that they don't overwhelm with too many good things, right? There is such a thing as too much of a good thing financially. Can you... what's going on? How... Another Blizzard burn. Yeah, I mean... It's hard. They are the obvious comparison that you can easily go to because it's more well known, isn't it? Like Blizzard have done many things. They've been around for a long time. They've made a lot of good decisions, a lot of bad decisions, and a lot of, well, stuff in between, as everybody knows, that's not to be proud of. But it's a great example of a business that can succeed, fail, and succeed repeatedly. There aren't many examples in the industry that can compare that way. Do you understand? Like, Blizzard Entertainment is a very different creature comparatively to a lot of corporations, let's call them, at this point. And that's partly because of its funding. It's huge. It's impossible to defeat. As many people have said. What do you mean? There's a way up here. As many people have always said, like, the only thing that defeats World of Warcraft is World of Warcraft. That's an accurate statement. And it's been proven multiple times. Now, other video game companies do not have that luxury all the time. Now, rest in peace, Terra is a prime example. But then you've got, like, publishers not really doing a very good job of bringing games over to the West, or trying to fleece as much money out of people to the point where it's basically impossible to enjoy the experience, and they're just trying to like flip a quick buck before a game caves in. And I think that's primarily what happened with Arcade and Terra and insert game here, BDO to some degree, right? Although that's kind of succeeded a bit. You want to space those things out and not potentially cannibalize sales or player base for their best properties. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. Everything happens for a reason, but most of those reasons are financial. Well, if not 99% of them. I mean, one of the best pieces of news that we ever had from Final Fantasy, at least from Final Fantasy 14 at the very least, was that Yoshi P became a board member. Now, I don't think many people realized how good that is. It means that the direction of the game specifically and what is forced upon the development of the game can be voted against. You know what I mean? In a big way. And the direction of the company as well. I mean, it is only one voice, but it's important to have that voice included. Chocobo GP. I mean, yeah. On the third clear already. We will be on the third clear eventually, on probably Tuesday. We're trying to set up a run for that, basically. But yeah, we've done 2 clears, so this would be the third eventually. Yeah. That we're setting up. Oh, I just went in instead of at the sides. Also, I like the way you say already. I wish I had the same feeling as you, but it's taken a long time to figure things out. A lot of people have done it a lot quicker than us, and that's fine. You okay, Para?
Yes.
Cool. Just checking everyone's all right.
You've just been speaking a lot.
Sorry, that's content creator side of things.
Okay. Fine. Chocobo GP was a mobile game that was ported to the Switch. Essentially.
Now, I enjoyed Chocobo GP's racing, but beyond that, it
The Battle Pass.
was some of the worst decision making I've seen. The music was great, the actual gameplay was great, everything else was not good. Just not good. Just not good. But anyway, they cancelled the continued production on it, didn't they? So it's not terribly surprising. It is what it is, isn't it? I just wish we had Chocobo Racing, that's all. I mean, to be fair, this was a really good Mario Kart style game. I did actually really enjoy the racing aspect of it. It was brilliant. But sadly, games aren't like that anymore. The rest of it that came with it, the unlocks, the things that you could pay for, it was quite not my cup of sausage. To put it mildly.
Just wish it didn't come with all those microtransactions.
Business decisions again.
Yeah.
Honestly,
that
it's
just sounds more.
Carry on. Sorry, I was just going to read chat. Sorry.
What Fran said basically is like pre-order bonus kind of stuff.
Oh right, I don't know. Again, noise cancelling headphone. Sorry.
Like she's talking about the like buy now to get cloud and like cloud in the game.
Yeah, probably. I have no idea. The last time I played it, unfortunately, was a little bit after the last time I streamed it, which was a long time ago. But yeah. So Bizarro says, honestly, I was really sad about Chocobo GP. My understanding was it was an excellent kart racer, which it was, yeah. That was ruined by greed. You could say that. Yeah, the kart racing was really good. I was really happy about the way it feels. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that with its cancellation of stuff that they just, because you won't be able to play online at some point soon, which is really sad. You know, that's another unfortunate situation with another Square Enix game that's cancelled its live service after less than a year or whatever, but it just fell into the same hole as everything else. Was there any real marketing for Chocobo GP? I don't remember any. Do you? I don't remember any.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all. But we need to kill stuff.
Yeah, but there's also other rooms.
Yeah. But this has got half health.
Fair point.
Oh, that was my point. It's kind of half dead. Rough. It's half dead. Cup of sausage, yeah. It's like cup of tea, but on a whole new level. Yeah, can do. Steel yourselves, heroes. Everyone has their own journey. Yeah. I just kind of hope that when they do I don't know if they already have, but with Chocobo GP, if they take all of the stuff that was the microtransaction stuff and just give it to people for free at this point. If they're going to take away the online stuff, then I don't know. Could you still technically, can you play like local co-op?
Probably.
Which, that's fine then. The game still has some mileage for me then. Just give me all of the stuff that was on the cash shop that I could no longer access anyway after that point for free. That's the fair thing to do now. If they're not going to provide an online playable thing, then give me all the stuff. I mean, that's fair, right? I like it when, well, I don't like it when games end their services because it's always bad for somebody, but I kind of like it when some companies are like, yeah, it's our bad, we didn't meet expectations, here's all of the stuff for free. It always feels quite nice.
Yeah, if they give the community means to still play online, then yeah, that's a good thing. But not everyone does that.
The only problem with I mean, the other problem with Chocobo GP is, why was it just on the Switch? You put that bad boy on Steam, you know that you could have even left it peer-to-peer and people would have made their own tournaments. You know?
I don't think so. I think the negative input would be much higher, the negative backlash when they put it on Steam.
Oh, I don't know.
Because so they can say, oh, it's just a Switch game, that's all the way, because we want to make it that you can play it mobile, and so on and so on. But if you put it on PC, people have a completely different, what is this word?
I don't know, but...
Yeah, let me expectations.
So, one of the things I'm worried about, that I'm expecting to be annoyingly good, and I will refuse to play it on my phone, is Ever Crisis. And I still do not understand why Square Enix have no plans to create a console or PC version of that game. Because from what I hear, they're even making stuff like Advent Children into part of one of the game's chapters, a playable Advent Children. I'm sorry, but it just feels really painful to me to have a pixel style remaster, which is basically what you would call that, on a phone, but not anywhere else. It's just weird. Now, people who watch me know I'm not a fan of bloody mobile games, right? I know that's my problem, not anyone else's. I'm just a horrible person that doesn't like mobile games. I get it. I am the minority in this regard. However, for something like that, surely it would have made sense to put it on a different platform. Surely.
Not PC as well, at least.
Anything.
With the Pixel remaster.
Release it for the Game Gear. I don't care. Just anything other than mobile. I'm a dead bird.
Oh no.
Hoo-hoo, I can't make it. Hoo-hoo. Go on without me. Hoo-hoo. The dead bird. They made a Valkyrie profile game entirely mobile. Yeah.
Wait, did they?
I don't know. I don't play Valkyrie games. The last one I played was Chronicle? Valkyria Chronicle?
That's a completely different series.
Is that different?
Yeah, just want to ask. I don't think that's the same series.
Well, okay. I guess I've not played Valkyrie Profile.
Because there's Valkyria Chronicles, which is the kind of World War tactical
They're so good.
shooter.
Valkyria is a series that I didn't like, set in World War II or whatever.
Yeah.
So I've not played
they're talking about-
Valkyrie.
Yeah, it's Valkyrie profile.
Right. I've not played that. What's that? Has it got angels in it? I don't know. I will.
It's been a while since I've
I'm
played
not
it.
gonna lie about games I've never played. I refuse. So, any good? Valkyrie Anatomia. I mean, it's a great sounding title that I just confused with a completely different series. But is it what would you do? Is it an action RPG? Is it I guess I could Google it, but I'm doing Deep Dungeon.
The most recent one, Elysium, which got quite mixed reviews, is a more action RPG.
Ooh, so I'd probably like it then.
Probably. Valkyrie Profile Lenneth came out in the PSP. It was more like a pixel 2D action.
Did you say Lennon?
Lenneth.
Oh, I thought you said Lennon, like John Lennon.
And then there was Valkyrie Profile 2 on the PS2. Which
But
kind of
is it a fantasy setting? Is it okay? Oh yeah, Twisters. I might have to focus for this one.
You didn't like Valkyria Chronicles?
It was a bit. Here's World War II, but with anime. I don't know. I didn't resonate with it as much as I thought I would. I was like,
Okay.
it felt a little bit like I was watching Girls Under Panzer. Don't know if you've seen that anime.
No.
Yeah, it's about anime girls with tanks. That's it, really. It's called Girls und Panzer, German title.
Yeah, I know it, but I never watched it.
I don't know. I don't know if anime World War stuff is really my cup of tea. I don't know. The gameplay was okay, if I remember correctly. Of the game that I played, I think it was called Chronicle.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's something I would say I want to play more than once in my life.
Yeah, I couldn't not get hit when 3 people stack on me.
I was nowhere near you. I was in the center of the room.
Yeah, then
Oh, you should have waited for the res, bro.
Look the void. Then you can see I didn't have a chance.
True.
I mean, Valkyrie Chronicles did well enough to get like 3 sequels.
Did it really? Holy moly.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not
There's
saying it's a
Valkyrie
bad
Chronicles
game.
4.
I just didn't. It's
Yeah,
not
just
my
not-
style. Yeah.
Your style.
I am more. I will be honest. I'm more of a old school fantasy or medieval, like high. That's why I'm so excited for 16, because it's just like swords and sorcery, basically.
Yeah, it's back to the more high fantasy style.
It's here is sword, English accent. I chop your head off for the good of the empire, etc. That kind of thing. You know. Oh, you throwing magic at me, you sorceress! I'll cut you down, you cur. You know, that kind of thing. That's my cup of tea. You know, which also explains why I wasn't a fan of 13 that much. But yeah.
Yeah, that leaned heavily on the sci-fi.
Yeah, and then it's weird though, because the dichotomy with me is that I love science fiction games when they are, I don't know, when they're not RPGs. It's strange. I don't know. But an RTS, I would just devour if it was science fiction or medieval or high fantasy. It's very
But then,
weird.
do you think you will like Starfield?
Yeah. Because
it's an sci-fi RPG.
Yeah, but it's more of a first-person, third-person shooter.
gameplay. Everything I've seen of it, Para, is basically Star Citizen on a smaller scale with Fallout.
Yeah, Fallout in space.
I love Fallout, and I like space.
Yeah, but
Yeah. Are we good to go? Yeah.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just for me contradicts your point.
I guess, but then Bethesda contradicts a lot of genres by the way that they develop games. I would say that they're very genre.
Or do you want to use a still?
Genre spanning. Then you know they're not really like anything else. Fallout is not like any other shooter out there. It isn't. Even
Someone.
were you dealing with the acca on you?
Yes.
It's just a flesh wound. That's right. Just a flesh wound. Valkyria turn the origin.
The thing is, Morgana, I wouldn't say they're shooter because I have a lag. Okay, I'm thinking back. Because there are more than one valid build to play this in melee complete.
Yeah, but they play like a first or third person shooter, even if there is melee.
Yeah, you would still probably call it an FPS, even if you didn't mean the S. You know what I mean? Yeah, they were killing the Arkham. That's why it died. Yeah, a lot of games fall in. It's a crap way of calling them. I agree with you. It doesn't make any sense. But a lot of games fit into FPS that aren't FPS.
The thing is, first, it's not only first person.
I know.
And second, there are so many melee options in this game.
Yeah, which is why the tag shouldn't make sense, but it does. And it's
I'm pretty sure it's not tagged this way, to be honest.
in any of our British game stores, you'll find Fallout under the FPS section.
Okay.
You won't find that under RPGs. Not a chance.
Like even on Steam, I think they're tagged as like FPS.
I think on Steam it's FPS RPG. It's like multiple tags. But then most of those are user submitted nowadays. That's why some things have like sexual content when they don't.
Pretty sure they also have done RTS because you can build a base.
At this point, that's what backs up my other point of genre spanning. It's just not
really
any
didn't like
game.
The base building in 4.
I did when I modded it to make it as much as I possibly wanted.
So the popular user-defined tags are open world, post-apocalyptic, single player, and RPG.
Really?
Yes.
I suppose
And the
it's
genre from Steam is only RPG.
interesting. Very interesting. I swear I've seen that advertised as an FPS before. Maybe it was and it's changed. I don't know.
You know.
I mean, I don't know how. Of course, I'm pretty sure some game magazines or stuff maybe call it different.
Like if I was to go into like our local game shop, which I now have to travel 40 miles for because there is no game shop near here now because they went like into administration, the local one. They cut down on the amount of stores. They would probably have it in the FPS section still. It's weird. Yeah. I think what they really mean is, does game have guns in it, therefore is FPS, which is really dumb. But I genuinely think that's how it works.
Because, yeah, I mean...
In some people's minds. Oh yeah, it doesn't work. But it's not going to stop them from doing it. You know what would really screw people over? If somebody created a game that had like a piece of everything but not enough of anything to be classed as anything.
Isn't that basically Nier?
No, that's definitely I would say third person hack and slash RPG.
Yeah, but it also has like top down shooter.
Right.
Gameplay
Yeah, but my point
all
was
that.
not enough of one thing, where there's nearly 90% of the game you're slashing things with a sword. Yeah, but there's not enough of that for it to be like the main thing. Or what I'm saying is for someone to make a game that has equal parts of every single genre. That'd screw them. No, you're not understanding my point. 90% of the hours you play that video game, you're slashing things with a sword. Right, so therefore there isn't enough of any other section of the other thing for it to be classified as.
Yeah, but 9S's sections aren't as much as the other characters.
True. But I don't think you could get away with saying that it was primarily any other
No,
type.
I totally agree. It's mostly like spectacle fight or hack and slash.
I would love
gameplay.
to have, literally, right? Somebody should make timed sections of every genre, right? And make a game that has 7 billion games inside of it, right? Stupid number, whatever, right? But every single one of them, it follows on after each other. So you finish the first level or whatever, and it goes to the next, and it's a completely different game.
No, what if it's a game that changes genre every like minute?
So
or,
like
every 5
Evoland,
minutes?
so like Evoland, but every minute. So that way you get a Dark Souls type action RPG 1 minute, an RTS the next minute, then it This sounds like a shuffle mode speedrun. That sounds sick, actually.
There is a game, actually.
Called Evoland, yeah?
What?
Evoland?
No.
No? Go on, what?
It's basically an RPG, but you have... what is... I don't recall the name of it, but... yeah, it's basically in itself, it's an RPG with classic turn-based combat, but you can use certain abilities to change the combat to different genres. So, like, you can change it from a turn-based to an FPS or to an action RPG.
Did you want to Storms the buff or no?
Do we have a storm?
We have 3. Oh, the boss isn't hard. Okay. Then just kill the Acheron then. Or whatever. It was just a question. I wasn't asking you to do anything. I'm just curious. I described WarioWare games. Yeah, but that WarioWare is a party game. So that's a genre. So what you would need to do is define that you were not. Okay, that's 3 elbow drops at once. That might be
All the elbow drops. I mean, it's mostly for you if you stand away.
Okay. Alright. Just melee, be careful.
There is no melee.
I
Apart
mean,
from power.
I mean, you still class as a melee because you still die to melee mechanics. So.
It's because I'm an idiot.
Oh dear.
I'm too used to playing melee in this game.
Oh look, another Acheron. From both sides. Let's just go. Let's just go. It's the National Acheron Convention. They're late. Classism. Would you call it classism? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I just like the idea of a game automatically switching like a shuffler. You know, do you know what shufflers are? I hope I'm not speaking to people who don't know what that is.
I know what they are.
Just para.
No.
Okay. For people who in the future might be like, what's a shuffler? So, you know how speedrunners do, sometimes there's like an AGDQ or whatever. People have come up with an idea of mixing multiple games together, right? So, one of the common things would be, let's deal with this Kelpie first, actually. To mix 2 games together. So, like, sometimes you would have a key for Super Metroid inside The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past, right? That would be needed to progress on for a certain section of that other game, right? But Then it was decided, what happens if you were to make it so that you were playing up to like, I don't know, 4 or 5 games at once, but every so many seconds it switched to the other game. So exactly your progress was paused and you would automatically switch after a set amount of time. And that's what a shuffler is. So you'd be playing like, I don't know, a hard puzzle segment or like a jumping section in Super Mario World. And then halfway through that jump, it could change to suddenly you're playing, I don't know, Mario Kart and you're on a corner from earlier.
Doesn't sound like fun, to be honest.
They're hilariously fun to watch, though.
One of my favorite shufflers to watch recently is the classic Sonic boss shuffler. So basically, every time you hit a boss, it changes to a different boss from a different game or the same game.
You see, that's a cool idea. But that's the same. That's the basic principle. So, like, you'd have. Usually, what you have is one of the ones I watched recently was Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy VIII, and Final Fantasy VII, all built into one shuffler. So what would happen is they'd be on. The funniest thing was they were on a segment where they were on the top of a train. Where you had to remember the code and type in the code in Final. Well, Morgana pulled this, so I'm attacking it. On top of the train, trying to type in the code that you had to memorize in Final Fantasy VIII, right? But then it switched to Final Fantasy IX when they were halfway through this like other storyline. I don't know, but like instead of it just being as random, I like that with like remember where you were at previously. I want the game to change to every single genre that can be thought of every so many seconds instead. Like the actual game itself changes. I don't know how you would do that, but it'd be so cool.
Not really my cup of tea.
Fair enough. Because I don't think that's been done, like as a singular game with a singular
Maybe
story.
there are reasons why.
If I knew anything about game development, right? If I could have an artistic bone in my body, I would try to make this thing. I would search for the top, I don't know, 200 genres ever, and then I would make a game with every single one of them. And it would just switches every like 10 seconds to a random genre. So like, I'm talking like you're walking down in a 3D sort of Resident Evil style corridor, right? With a fixed camera, and then suddenly it goes top down GTA style. Right, and then, but now it's like a shooter, like a top-down shooter, and then with like bullet hell mechanics, and then a few seconds later, I don't know, it changes to, but these are all random, not like in Nier, right? So it's, and then suddenly it's an RPG that's turn-based with an overworld.
I'm not gonna lie, this sounds like a mess.
It might sound like a mess, but it would be amazing.
I think we should focus on the Star Wars Crusader King and not on this.
Look, I'm filled with ideas. Not necessarily all of them are any good.
I appreciate your your
enthusiasm.
that you're happy about it,
Yeah.
but that's.
Oh, Spriggans, nice. A racing card game while playing a card game that's a bullet hell. That would actually work, though. That would legit work. Imagine if, like, the power-ups that you picked up, you had to do... Triple Triad just popped up and you had to win a game of Triple Triad to get the item. But if you chose the wrong item, it would change the genre to a bullet hell. So you've got cars driving towards you and you have to dodge them. Basically, I'm describing a fever dream of a game, right? It would be like, what we'd do is we'd hire Yoko Taro to help me make it, right? And that's fine. Then we'd order a load of chicken wings and we'd sit down with, like, I don't know, 16 bottles of sake, and we'd come up with the most incredible video game you will have ever seen in your life. And that's how we break the mold. Well, if anyone could make something absolutely off the wall, it's Yoko Taro, right? Or the guy who keeps making Pikmin games. But the main guy behind Pikmin, because I've never understood Pikmin. It makes no sense to me. It's so weird. Oh yeah, I guess maybe Toby Fox would be the sort of person to make that kind of game that I've described. Yeah, I can see that working. One Yoko Taro is enough? No! I disagree. Dude's a legend. Here we go. I've got a better idea, Para. You ready for this?
Oh god. Yes.
The same principle, right? So the same type of game. However, every single top 100 rated game developer in the world has to do a minute of the game each.
A minute?
A minute of the game each. And it's
How many people would you want to have work on this game?
A few thousand. Or a few million? How many developers do you reckon you could... I don't know. Let's say we get 10,000 developers.
Yes.
Right, from all backstories, and they have to develop a minute of the game. But it has to follow the same storyline, but it can be whatever genre they want for that 1 minute, and it transitions smoothly into it. Think about the possibilities.
I mean, with 10,000 we have a 166-hour game, so it would be long enough.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking, like something like 10,000 would be enough.
Yeah, storm these double hounds.
You gonna storm them?
Storm? Yeah, there's a storm in the chest.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
You'll keep attacking things.
We hire them as volunteers. Can you imagine though how cool that would be? I mean, it would never happen, but like big utopia sort of development. And you could call it utopia. Literally, it would just have like a big capital U, and it would be 10,000 devs joining together for a one-off project. And the game's revenue is split 10,000 ways. Oh my god, can you imagine? But it wouldn't be just 10,000 developers, it'll be 10,000 developers and their teams, right?
Yes, I don't think this could work, to be honest.
Can we do 1,000 developers? What are the limits? Tell me the limitations. 5?
This entire concept.
Yeah.
But it's such an interesting concept, though, that's not been
know,
done.
To be honest, I'm not sure if this is really interesting. I think this is a car crash.
And I can't stop looking away. Oh.
Here we go. Here's a better idea, then. You get the guys who made Crusader Kings. You get the guys who made Star Wars Galaxies. You get the guys who made Skyrim. And you get the guys who made Final Fantasy 14. And you put them all in a room and make them make an MMO.
This could be interesting, yeah.
Because that's some of the best, most talented people on the planet. Would that work?
Yeah. I mean, you have quite a talent behind your team, yes. The thing is, what? So you say they should make an MMO?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I was thinking about the backgrounds of each of the people, each of the developer type people that I'd listed, right? People who are knowledgeable of what works in an already established MMO, what works in an established RPG space, what works.
I could imagine that there will be, not exactly, but the direction could be a game like what is this called, where the people who play the game direct the whole system, how the game is actually done. Like they choose their own king out of the players, their own
Oh yeah, that'd be
their
cool.
own regional lords and stuff. There is a game out there which does this, or did.
Wasn't that going to
But
be what Ashes of Creation was supposed to be?
I don't know.
But that game, I've no idea what they're doing with
I
it.
just-
happening with that game?
I don't know.
I think there was an MMO which did this, that you can be the king of all the people who were playing, and then you
Was
can set the taxes and stuff.
Dark Age of Camelot? Was that the name of that game?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it was also just some plans they made. There never was a game. I don't know. Maybe chat can help me.
It sounds like Ashes of Creation, the way you described it, but I don't know. I mean, obviously that game's not anywhere remotely a thing. That's less of a thing than Star Citizen. I mean, if that's possible.
But yeah, so game like this could be the result of this, what you described.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
No.
I think what it comes down to is the reason that my mind goes in so many different directions when it comes to what I would love to see next. It's not necessarily games I would play myself, it's just what I want to see next. Because it's so generic, the stuff that some people come up with. It's just, oh look, another WoW clone. I don't want that anymore. I don't want another game to be like Final Fantasy XIV, unless it's another Final Fantasy game, right, that takes inspiration from it. I don't want there to be the same old stuff forever. I want there to be like, oh, well, this is an MMO. Okay, cool. RPG. Okay, cool. But it's set in hell. And you play as a lot. Please, Jesus. What? Okay, that would be an experience. Did you hear there's actually a Jesus game that you can play?
There is. It's called I Am Jesus Christ.
I am Jesus. Yeah, that one came out, didn't it, recently?
Is this the same
But,
like
I mean, there's the
Bread?
prologue.
I'm waiting for the remaster that comes out on Sunday. The second coming. Get it? Never mind. Anyway. Now, from what I hear, it's a game, certainly.
It is definitely an game.
It is definitely an game in the world. For
I've
sure.
seen the speedrun of it.
Oh my god, people are speedrunning Jesus?
I mean, there's at least one person that's speedrunning I Am Jesus Christ.
That's fantastic. Is there an any % for Jesus, or like how quickly you can get to the cross, or like how does it work?
The prologue is.
Can you skip cutscenes in it?
I believe there's some.
Is there any out of bounds tricks? Like, this sounds ridiculous, though. You can't speedrun that.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so there's a local speedrunning marathon where I am, and
That's
someone
brilliant.
speedrun I Am Jesus Christ at the recent one.
Oh my gosh. That's so cool, though. But yeah, I personally, I think it's great, though. The more games, the better, right? That it hasn't been done, do it. That's my opinion when it comes to video games. That's why I like the whole genre idea. Do something new. You know, do a Tetris car driving game. That sounds awful. Actually, don't do that. Tetris cars. Yeah, there's a dog. Danger. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. Ooh. I just made the worst game possible in my mind. I'm trying to think of a car racing game, but the pieces are Tetris and you only win by aligning your car into the correct slot at the end of a race. That's awful. I kind of want to make that now in Unity. Morgana, get to it. You
I've
take
got college stuff to do.
Do you take commissions?
Right, Morgana can
Yeah.
develop all these crap games for us now.
Yeah. Hold on a minute. How about this? Tetris Vampire Survivors.
What?
How would that even work?
So you basically if you I don't know actually.
Oh
Is the way-
yeah, I know how it works. You have to move your character with your mouse, and with the keyboard you have to play Tetris. And every time you can delete a line, you can make damage to the enemies.
Just-
Wait, what about Tetris but with garlic? You know, from Vampire Survivors.
Garlic?
You know, yeah, but you know, Vampire Survivors, the garlic power up. What about if you did crossovers? So it was like Tetris, but it was Vampire Survivors edition, and you just got the power ups for doing successful lines from Vampire Survivors. You could destroy blocks. I don't know where I'm going with that.
You
Yeah,
should
I've no idea.
not be able to design game.
I know. I might install what's it called, RPG Maker. I might make an RPG Maker game, and we'll call it Meoni's Fantastic Adventures in I don't know what.
Yes.
Oh, if there's a storms, there's like 4 freaking dogs that you could pull.
Okay, I'm coming.
If you pull both of those dogs in there, I'll press storms. But be quick, yeah.
Yeah.
Run.
Okay, I have everything.
Cool. Now make sure it dies, because otherwise we're dead. Cool, nice. Hey Lenin, how we doing? A Soda Drinker Pro is a crazy game that jumps into different games. Oh, interesting. And however you do, your current game turns into a different one. That basically is the fever dream that I had then, I guess. Interesting. Interesting. I like that idea.
For sure, but
How easy is it to make like different genres in RPG Maker?
Not that hard. It depends what you want.
Can I make a tabletop card game that turns into an RPG action adventure game? What are the limitations
think this is
of?
possible.
Okay, so you have to choose one type, right? Okay.
No, I think you can mix types. At least from what I experienced when I made some stuff with RPG Maker. You can do different kind of stuff, but you have always keep in mind you're quite limited with the type of game because of your perspective and stuff. And the
Okay.
engine. I mean, you can't make a first-person shooter, that's not possible.
Right.
What you can make is, for example, an RPG changing to a puzzle game, changing to what I don't know, maybe a side-scroller or stuff like this, maybe.
I'll have to have a look.
Or jump and run. This maybe also works. I don't know. Ice and thunder.
So out and then in.
Yes. A good old in and out thing.
Yep. Yeah, these floors. Sorry, chat. These floors are basically just awful podcast time. Basically, is what we call it, where we just talk.
That's not awful.
It is. It's absolutely awful. Where we talk absolute crap, or I talk absolute crap. I talk absolute crap until it gets interesting, which isn't for a while.
That's a new opinion, I think.
It certainly is a me opinion, that one. Yeah.
This is quite valuable what we do here. People will think about this in years.
Take your own ball. I'm not touching your ball. No, yeah, I forgot about it.
That's probably what you're supposed to do.
Ah, I'm gonna get frozen. Let it go, let it go. The Namazu never bothered me anyway. It's an out than an in. Yeah, we never really did that mechanic properly, did we? Thinking about it. Yeah. Oh well. Like I said, the bosses are kind of a joke, but... A card game that turns into a driving game with platforming. Oh my. Now, would the car platforming be side platforming? Or would it be 3D Spyro style? Oh, there we go. Final Fantasy in a Spyro type environment.
Just stop, please.
Well, that's what people want next, right? Oh, they're complaining about the fact we're doing
more.
It's like, oh, third-person action RPG. No. Okay, I know what they want for the next Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 17 comes out, and it's a
3D platformer.
It's a 3D platformer, and the last boss is like, I don't know. Insert bad guy here, and you have to jump on his head. There we go. That's, yeah. Why not? The cards are doing the platforming. What? We good to continue?
Yep.
Para?
Yes? What?
Are you good to continue?
Yes, I said yes.
You definitely did not say yes. I'm questioning you now. The jailer, what from WoW? I suppose that's... I mean, he needs to have some use, so... Yeah. Come on, fellow Namazu, we must defeat the snail of yore.
Chat says also I said yes.
Oh, I guess I
didn't hear you.
I guess I just don't listen.
Yeah, I think that's the problem.
Don't side with Well, hold on. Parabola.
Parabola.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I like that version of your name.
Me neither, but
Parabola?
I have to accept that they support me.
Your new name is Parabola?
Oh, please no. Did someone use the Lifachi?
Ah, we're here forever. It could be Parabola. That would be worse. Parabola. He wishes he was 3 inches taller.
Oof.
Isn't that how the song went? I wish I was a baller or something. So I could be a few inches taller. Something about balls.
Doesn't sound right.
And height. Yes, a song about balls and height. That's yes. Yes. It's like 3D chess in Star Trek. Oh, please no. But it's a card game and minus the driving that might be good. But 3D chess, though. Why? No. Next there'll be 3D battleships.
I think that exists.
Oh no, I'm done.
I mean, 3D chess exists.
Yeah, but what would be the worst 3D version of a game? Let's think. 3D solitaire. Oh no, that exists. It's real solitaire. It's a tough one, isn't it? What would not translate to 3D properly? Like card game or board game. Snap 3D. Isn't that like, doesn't Marvel own that? Isn't that?
Oh, fuck. I did not mean to use the onion knight.
Did you just...
I was meant to use the dogger.
Why did you do this?
I meant to use the dogger.
I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe I've done it either.
The floor is even finished.
What is...
There was a dogger in the silver, and I meant to use the
So
dogger.
Morgana, you know that spare time you talked about? You're now using it to make one of my games.
Don't have the spare time.
I know. One of these days. What about... 3D Tetris. No, that exists. It's called Karushi.
Yes.
This is hard. Oh, what's that game with a little man that goes bloop, 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 and he goes up and down the little cube areas?
What?
The little man. There's a little man. He's got a weird face, and he jumps up and down cubes on a big pile of cubes.
A cuber.
Cuber. There we
But
go.
this is 3D.
No, but like 3D. Make it like so that there's like terrain scrolls, and he's like climbing a mountain or something.
What? This game is already 3D.
But
Technically not. It's full 3D.
Yeah, like full 3D. Like make it like, I don't know, swivel. Oh man, we don't have an onion night now. I feel so de-onioned.
How do you think I feel?
Probably like a fool.
Yes.
Fool of a tuck.
No, I don't.
Nah, he doesn't. Meoni makes us feel like drunk Eureka Orthos, but he's sober. We've done this stuff so many times. You expect me to have like a coherent conversation anymore? Yes, guys, we're going to save the Protomander of Storms for the later floors, and we're going to walk away from Gelid Charge, or we're going to stun it, and after this we are going to walk towards the Oceanus and presumably pull it, because it is the least likely to be a problem, and we have chosen to no longer pull this. However, Morgana has other ideas, and we have decided that this is the best route to take, and the most optimal situation would be to die to a shark, and that will probably happen. ASMR. Yes.
Yeah.
What in the world is this? I have no idea. It's like monotone ASMR of directions. I don't know. If we talked about the game whilst we're doing the game, even though we've done this a million times, I'm pretty sure there'd be nothing to talk about. Oh, double... Double shark. Double shark. A tennis match, play by play. And next up to the court is Parabella with his love of sharks and snails that one-shot. So make sure the stun is on the snail. Excellent work. The snail should be priority. Morgana will die here as designed, but we'll res him straight away. And as you can see, the match is going quite well. But if this was tennis, it'd be every 5 minutes, because that's what the noise that tennis players make.
I mean, that's why some people watch the women's tennis.
It's not.
no.
Whoa! It is not just the women.
Yeah, but
Tennis in general.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. That's why some people watch the
Oh,
women.
all right, fair enough. It's just like, if you didn't have the television working, if this was a radio tennis match, it'd be very hard to, like, you know, focus. Next up to the court is Tim Henman. Oh. And Tim has made a little accident. He needs a towel.
Mimic.
One of my favorite clips on YouTube is one of the ball boys getting hit in the face in slow motion by one of the tennis balls. It's like a 65-mile-an-hour ball, and the guy, like, the little kid is picked up, like it's picked up by the ball, like the inertia, and thrown halfway across the court. It's one of those things. He's perfectly fine. He's safe. He's happy, but he just got hit in the face by like a 65-mile-an-hour tennis ball, and was actively removed from his standing position. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And science is fantastic. It really is. Physics. Just the slow I don't know why they went to the effort of slowing it down as well. And the commentary over it is like, oh, you can see he's picked up... it's like snooker as well. Oh, dear. Have you ever tried to watch snooker?
No, I have better to do in my time.
Oh, I see he's aiming for the top left pocket there. Oh, and he's missed. Oh, butterfingers.
Yeah, I've usually watched it when my dad was watching it.
It's on the same level as... oh, I forgot to stun.
Oh, that's a spicy little tomato.
How the heck did I die? I was miles away.
It chose you.
Game size, no.
This is the way. And so say we all. Alterations. Nom 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 nom.
But yeah, I'm not able to say watching snooker gives me the same thrills like watching darts or something like this.
You know, here's an idea. I know how to spice those sports up. We open the bar 2 hours early before they televise the events. It'll be way more entertaining to watch people play darts drunk. Holy moly.
Have you watched the golf?
No, but here's how we make the sport good, right? We breathalyze the participants, and if they're below the illegal like limit to drive, they're not allowed to participate. So they have to drink after a certain amount.
I mean,
to be legally drunk to be part of it.
I would a little bit take a different approach to this. I would just... They have to do this, but at the same time, they have to run away from people with paintball machine guns.
What? Okay, drunken paintball darts. You know what?
Yeah, that sounds good. That's something I would watch.
This is actually, yeah. This is the reality TV I was looking forward for.
I'm totally not ashamed of this to say yes. I would watch this.
But have like the same snooker announcers just for the irony of it. As you can see, Mick over there is being chased by the MP5 paintball edition. Oh, he's got 20. Fantastic. He needs another 15 points. Oh, but he's been shot in the forehead and has to take a shot.
It's a little bit like a biathlon. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they
like a biathlon, yeah.
Yeah, they have this track which they have to avoid being shot with paintballs. Then they come to the area which they throw darts.
No. They run down a 500 meters track. Okay, they do a 500 meters sprint all at the same time whilst being shot with paintballs. At the end, they have to take a shot of absinthe. Then they have to land a bullseye, or they take another shot. And then they have to run the 500 meters back to the next dartboard whilst being shot with paintballs again.
This sounds so
they
good.
have to take shots of absinthe. They would not be living.
Okay, maybe not absinthe, but like, I don't know, something like vodka. Yeah, tequila.
Why is it always me?
Well,
Oh,
you're the chosen one.
I don't want to be the chosen one. Exactly, I was miles away. But I decided, nope.
Tequila, yeah. So a Russian game.
Oh my god, I would totally watch this.
I would still watch that. I would 100% watch that. I'm sure it's probably been done. It sounds like something that Jackass would do. You know, back when Jackass was, you know, Jackass. Back when the whole crew was there and, you know, there was less of Bam being Bam. But there we go. Yeah.
There was one before, wasn't there?
All right, I'm using it. I'm using it. I'm using it. We'll pull the snail into the escargot room. And where is the little fella? There he is. Look, he's ran out of his buff. See, look, that's how long a shot of tequila lasts. Wow.
Oh, there's another alternation.
I do not need my legal wacky tobacco just to listen to Meoni slamming his head against clears. Pretty much, yeah. This is how it was in Eureka as well, though. I just get so mentally bored when we're doing repetitive stuff. I still want to do it, and I still find it fun. It's just the brain has to find other uses, unfortunately. You know, relic weapons. Oh my god. Yeah. It's a bit of fun though, isn't it? It'll be fine.
Where can we pitch our new sports idea to make darts and stuff fun again?
Well, it won't be the BBC, so don't know. Maybe an American chat. Some of you are American. What would be the perfect place for paintball, darts, tequila game? What channel on TV would like 100% sign it up? It wouldn't be CBS, right? They don't. They do sport, right? They no, like
No idea.
they do. What's
NBC?
WWE on? Is it even on a channel anymore, or is it only on its own thing?
I have no idea. I'm not.
Brumble Bear says, at this point, the History Channel. Oh, ABC. Okay.
I'm okay with this on History Channel. I mean, this would go into history at some point.
I mean, some of the players will be history.
No. Where they do it would be a historical site. So we'd have the Roman Colosseum in the background, and somebody
with
would
lions.
and somebody would be reading out facts about the ancient Roman Empire whilst they're doing the darts minigame, whilst being shot with paintballs and drinking tequila.
What even is this conversation anymore?
And at the end, right, the winner isn't the person who got the most darts in the right place. It would be whoever could remember and answer the right questions based on historical trivia.
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
What would you even call this?
A night out in Rome at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know. What would you call it? Stabby fun time.
There's no stabby.
No, that was this Easter event.
Yeah.
It's stabby.
That's why I like it. A good time. No, that could be a different kind of game show. I think I've seen that on the Japanese game shows. But yeah.
Wow, this in my head, this whole show is already done. This is perfect.
And it'll have sponsors by like really strange sponsors, like like Goodyear tires for no reason. Like
at
for
your
no
local
reason.
butcher shop or something like
Yeah,
this.
it'd be like Frank's Butchers and Goodyear's Tires. It's like, what? it'd be like the most off the wall sponsors ever. And one of the and every time they had a shot of vodka, they had to say, "Yes, this is the best vodka," and it's like a brand or something, like Smirnoff or whatever.
Yeah.
Me. But yeah, let me produce one pilot of this show. I bet you people would love it.
I know who we could sell this to, the Japanese market. Because if you've ever seen,
just look at Takeshi's Castle
or Banzai, or this actually sounds like something I've seen on one of those like re-upload sites of a Japanese game show where it's just, yes, we have to inflate a balloon whilst doing a marathon in zero gravity whilst, I don't know, wrestling a bear and riding a unicycle in sludge whilst on fire. I don't know.
I have a perfect addition to this whole thing. To make it even more that the Japanese people would love it, viewers. After everything, so after they run, have their shots, have their questions and play dart, on the finish line they get a random song which they have to sing karaoke.
Yeah, what, halfway through? Yeah, that would be brilliant. And they have to win a game of Mahjong. That's the extreme version.
And do you know which is the moderator of everything?
What?
Chris Pratt.
Yeah, obviously he'd be involved. Or Jack Black, or both.
Yeah, there would be the team who moderate everything.
Yeah, Jack Black and Chris Pratt would be the judges. Oh my god, I would watch this.
Chat, did we just created a perfect sport event?
Or how about Mahjong tournaments, but you got shot with paintballs every time you lost a point or something? I don't know, just mix it up, because Mahjong is bloody boring to watch. It really is. No Mahjong. You love Mahjong, I know you do. Everyone loves Mahjong, right? It's great. Or tightrope walking whilst drunk and having a tattoo.
What?
Yeah. But bring the paintballs into it as well. Why not, right? Paintball tattoo gun. That's what it would be called. If it was an episode of Jackass. Oh, man. I'm Johnny Knoxville, and this is Paintball Tattoo Gun. Yeah, I can see it now, actually. Yeah. And they'd just be left with like the most disgusting, horrible scar, but you know,
Yeah.
they got paid for it, so who cares, right?
and like the world's crappiest tattoo.
Oh, it would be dick butt or something, wouldn't it? It'd be a tattoo of something like that, or I don't know, a smiley, like a poop emoji. Yeah, that's what it would be. You love Mahjong? Yeah, it's one thing playing a game like Mahjong. It's a very different thing watching it, though. I think it's the equivalency of watching snooker for me, I think. It's great if you play it.
You know what would spice up almost any sport
Paintballs.
apart from that?
Lions.
No, you have the guy that does the Mexican football commentary, which is very...
Yeah, they're quite.
Oh, I forget his name. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think.
You just imagine that style of commentary with golf,
No.
where they
I
usually
think
ask you to be quiet.
the sport we created, it's a gentleman's sport.
What about-
They have to do this in tuxedo and stuff.
You know how in the Olympics you have a thing where you ski down a slope and then you have to shoot things with a sniper rifle? Combine that with golf. So like you play around golf, but when you get to a hole, you have to put the ball in the hole and then have a perfect shot on the other player. You get to shoot down the range at the next player. Okay, maybe this is not a good idea anymore.
But it's a paintball sniper rifle.
Yeah, paintball sniper rifle, of course. Yeah.
But as I said, it's a gentleman's sport, so everything has to be done in tuxedo and stuff.
And the little pinky has to be outstretched. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna die. No, I'm not. False alarm. Golf is a great game if you play it. But watching it is, yeah. What about landmine curling?
What?
I don't know. It'd spice it up, wouldn't it? Like the danger of, you know.
Just stop, please.
Maybe chat has some good ideas of new sport ideas. We went through genres of games, so have people shooting the balls and then another group shooting at the ball. What? I don't... Golf balls? So you're saying you want to fire golf balls down a golfing range? You know how heavy a golf ball is?
This really hurts.
You would probably... Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You would be able to do some serious damage with a gun that shoots a golf ball. That's all I'm going to say. That's like a musket of...
We got our onion knight back, by the way.
Yeah.
What sort of yield would be a golf ball even compared to?
What do you mean?
Like,
What yield?
Would it hit as hard as a 50 caliber?
Oh, okay.
Like, that thing's huge.
I mean, it depends on the speed.
Yeah, I suppose if it was like, well, most high-end stuff is like supersonic speed, isn't it? Like a 50 caliber, Barrett 50 cal is supersonic.
These golf balls will...
Oh, they probably break before they even hit the target.
Yeah, they will explode somehow.
Well, they'd just break up prior to even leaving the chamber, possibly. You might even blow up the gun. It sounds like a Mythbusters episode that would be... Because they've shot a 50 cal in a swimming pool before. So... I don't know. So Mary says no, like have people actually playing golf and then the opposing team shooting at the balls with rifles. Yeah, but what if he goes for a swing and then you catch his leg or something?
Maybe they're only allowed when they're flying.
I think what Mary's describing is like a level out of Happy Wheels or something. You know? Oh dear. Do you remember when Happy Wheels like first was a thing and then every YouTuber on the planet was playing it? So strange. The game's kind of bad though.
Do you think? I think it's fun.
Do, 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 do. You remember Happy Wheels? I mean, it's still going, right? But
I think they had... I'm not sure if it's recently or I'm just so far away from it, but they have a 60 FPS update.
Ooh, 60 FPS. Something that every game should have by default.
Angry PlayStation noises. That's all you can hear at that point.
Noises.
Yeah. Oh shit! That's the wrong one. Whew. I nearly did an in when it was an out and an out and an in. That was.
We have a spare storms here, so.
All right, well, find
Cool
find something to pull would be the idea. Oh Lord. It's only 3 things. I mean, I like how the DPS is the one at the chest. Actually, that's
I was waiting for you to.
I mean, I thought we were pulling loads of things to thingy.
Yeah, same. That's why I was digging
What?
at the chest. We have a storms.
Yeah, I don't use stuff for 2 mobs or something like this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why you
that's-
pull more things.
Right,
Nobody
right.
said it.
Are you sure? I thought Morgana said it.
Yeah, we said we have a storms, but that's all she wrote, Daddy.
Okay.
I mean, Meoni usually says, you know,
Go to the,
storms,
go kill
pull
things in the key
thing.
room, and then you just press it, and then, yeah, go. Just tell me when to press it. Just go pull things.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can use it now.
Wow, 1 thing in the queue. Oh, 2 things in the queue.
Fantastic. You know what? I clicked on that. Loot, damn it. Ugh. Doo-doo-doo. They made a new one. That's really strange. I mean, if it works, right, it works. But seems strange, though, doesn't it?
Maybe this was the 60 FPS figure I saw.
Maybe.
The new one.
Yeah. 60 wheels per second. Bum, 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 bum. How are you doing anyway, Mary? Have you debuted your model yet, or close to, or? Yeah, but I know, but she hasn't really said what stage it's at. $60 purrs per second. Yeah, I like that. That's good. I like that a lot. Meow, 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 meow. It's not done yet. Not with that attitude. From what you showed me, it looks good though. I hope in the future you can get some like extra art or something for it, because I know there are certain things you wanted to get. The booba is done. Nice.
The most important part.
Yeah. The most important part of the model is done. Excellent. Good job. Hi, Meoni. Hi, AG's Gaming. How you doing? I love your reviews on Final Fantasy. Keeps me going through the game. Nice. Nice. Are you enjoying Final Fantasy 14? It's certainly quite the game. That would be my official review. It's quite the game.
I would go a step further and say it is a game.
I didn't die on that side game. Why did I have to die next to the tree that looks like it's made of lemons?
Lemons.
I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Looks tasty. What's this? Ah, no more suck. Hell of a
So
ride.
that game.
You could say it's been a ride, yeah, definitely. It's been a fun one, especially with Ben Walker. You're enjoying it so much trying to get through P8, or like P8S, because that's where we're stuck as well. It's a fight. We'll get it, maybe, possibly.
I don't think we're clearing that before the patch.
Got years. Like actual literal years of time.
Would declare P8S before the next tier.
Yeah.
We have maybe a month.
That's plenty of time. Plenty of time. Do do do. My booba are going to reveal your bell physics. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I don't understand. Oh wow, that's really annoying without a jump in ability. Revel? Would Rival. Oh. Cool. I good.
Wait, we have everything.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why we went to the doodad. It's the boss next. And we've got a thingy on us floor, so it's kind of like, let's get it over with. Oh, whoa. Ooh, woo. All of the ooh-woos, oh-woos, and the rest of it. Ah, it is him, the Minotaur of Doom. Long have I waited for your return. Question mark. Bum 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 bum. That's an out.
Not seen that in a while.
Yeah, he never normally does swing, does he? He's afraid of it. Maybe it'll just be all swings now.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh, there's the swipe. Okay. Cool. He's actually doing mechanics as opposed to last time we came in here where he did one. Which I still don't understand. How he broke his pattern. I know it's random, but that wasn't even random at that point. He just deleted a move. That's a lot of balls. Knockback. It's a swipe. Balls. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Well, lightning. That's the easy pattern. Nice. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. Out. You did it twice. Wow. I'm surprised the boss remembered that he has mechanics. It's quite good, isn't it? Next. We're good to continue, yeah?
Yep.
Yep.
Do you need a break, do you? Okay. Friends, just be right back. And then we'll continue. If you want to get a drink or anything, go for it. Grab yourself some liquid nourishment. Got enough astronomy for another weapon. Nice. Hey, Lumi. Long time no see. How you doing? How are things in the world of the Lumi? Are you enjoying your break, right? I think you're on break. We're just doing some DP dungeon. We're working on setting up our third clear. We've only done 2 clears so far, but we need 6 in total. Well, I say need, but realistically we need 4, and then maybe another one, maybe one after that. We'll see. You're chilling in a hotel room. Oh, well, I hope it's nice and warm and clean and comfy and smells good, and hope you've got a good view, because those are all the things that are most important things when you go to a hotel. I hate it when you find like a hair or something under a pillow or something. Oh, it's horrible, man. It's the one thing I hate the most about stopping in a hotel is like you lift up the pillow and you're like, oh yes, it's clean bedding, and then it's, why do you sound so loud? There we go. That's muted him for a second. When you lift like a pillow up and there's someone's like horrible hairs still under there, or you look under the bed or something and there's just like moldy cans or something. We've had that quite a lot actually in a few places. No view here, unfortunately, unless you count scaffolding. Oof. That's yeah, that's a thing. Have you finished rustling yet?
Sorry, it was me, I think.
It's okay. I just temporarily pressed the mute button. I am back. You got cookies?
Got some crisps.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Scaffolding, I don't know. I guess it is a view, technically. Is there anything behind the scaffolding? Is there like a sea scene? Is it raining there is the other question. Because it's kind of horrible here. We had heavy rain yesterday. Oh, you've
been sunny all day from...
Yeah, but you're in the far north, right?
Yeah.
The far north. Your weather's like slightly less predictable than ours, and that's yeah. But it's typical April, to be honest. Rain, sun, hot, cold. Like 2 nights ago, we had solid ice form on a bird bath outside the house. And then, like, last night, it was the most humid thing in the universe. I really have no idea. It's all over the place. You met Simon's dad today for the first time. I think it went well. Weather was really hot today, at least. Oh, nice. Meeting the parents is always the more interesting side of a relationship, isn't it? Thankfully, when I met your and Fran's parents, it was not really that awkward. Everything was quite good, but it can be. It can sometimes feel like that. So I'm glad you had a good time. Hello, your sister's in chat. If you want to say hello. Yes, apparently currently in a hotel room. I asked if there was a view, and she says of scaffolding. So it's a view. But yes,
I guess scaffolding is a city or something.
So when you do renovations on a house or something, you put up these pieces of metal that join together to hold the structure up sometimes, or to hold the person up.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I don't know what that translates to in German, but it's called scaffolding in English. I'm guessing yours would be like it'd roughly translate maybe like frame or something like that, or metal frame holding up man device.
Maybe.
The way that English translates into German is usually very literal. I've noticed it's quite good. like metal frame support or something. I don't know.
No.
Ooh.
Oh, it has an normal name, so it's not something direct translated.
Okay.
Gerust. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Huh?
Cerust.
Gyrost. Huh?
But the U has like the 2 dots on top of it.
Gigablazer says, I think it's called Bauarbeiter Gastel. Or Gestel.
Not quite, no.
Bauarbeiter.
The translation would be Gerüst.
Brust.
That.
Gerust.
That.
Gerust.
I put it in chat. Oh, party chat.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Yeah.
And here in Finland, it's cold on cold and a little bit of warmth. What? Can't be cold and then a bit of warmth. That's crazy weather. I'm not looking forward to the heat wave this year, to be honest. I'm really not looking forward to that.
Apparently it's going to be even worse than last year.
I mean, me and Fran will probably end up swimming in the sea again, but apart from that, the rest of it's going to be pain. Gonna be pain. Gerust would be the translation. Yeah. Oh, barbecue season. To be fair, any season's barbecue season if you've got the balls for it, honestly. If you want to stand out in the rain and thunder and make barbecue, you can. And I have, but it's, yeah, usually results in a bit of a sniffle afterwards. It was nice for my B-day, then hot the rest. Now it's raining. Oh, is it your birthday today, Miss Loot? Is it? Wait, is it Miss Loot's birthday? Really? Oh. Well, if it is, happy birthday. You kept that one quiet.
Happy birthday.
It was Wednesday. What? Why didn't you say anything? Like, most people are like, yeah, it's my birthday. I don't remember you saying that. Yeah. I'm just oblivious. I'm sorry. But happy 18th birthday, Miss Loot. Right? Winky face, right?
Not
Yeah.
everyone knows that women are forever 21.
No, 18. Easily. No, everything goes down after your 20s, Morgana. What are you on about? Everything goes downhill. Everything. Ugh. Yeah.
No, it's your late 20s.
And then when you get to your 30s, it's like, well, okay then. I guess that's life now, huh? It's good.
That'll be me
Great.
next year.
Yay! Join the club. It's great. You get to realize all sorts of things. Yeah. Yeah. And then there's the stage of acceptance, which is the best one. But yeah, happy birthday for Wednesday in the past. You keep quiet about my B-Day. I don't know why. I mean, that sounds like a you problem. We could have celebrated it. I could have bought you a sandwich. I don't know why a sandwich, but that was the first thing that came to my head. You know, but you missed out on that sandwich. Typical. I hope you had cake at least. I hope your husband bought you cake. If not, then, well, game over, man. Game over. A birthday is not a birthday without cake.
I didn't even have cake last year.
Then technically you didn't level up.
Yeah, I'm still 27.
Yay! That's how it works in my mind. If you don't have cake, then you don't level up.
I'm ready.
It's like how it happens in The Sims, you know? If you never give the kid cake, it never levels up. So, right, let's go. If Mr. Biscuit Man, Mr. Crisp Man is ready. No, he's like... Para, how you doing?
Yes,
Yes?
we can continue.
Hold on. How are you doing? Yes. Brilliant. Don't change it. Don't change it. All right, let's do floor 6170, which aren't problematic, but we do have to consider certain elements. of situations. Don't yawn. It's too early for yawning.
Never too early.
It's never too late. Good song. Begone, Pterok. Well, actually, Meoni, it's a silent P. A Pterok. Oh, is it the Diplodocus? It's Para's favorite animal.
Yeah.
Diplocalus. It's a magical Diplodocus. You had donuts and he brought me a lot of candy. Ah.
I want donuts too now.
I want Krispy Kreme.
No donuts for you, friend. All mine.
Krispy Kreme or riot. I want Krispy Kreme. I want just the big tray of assorted
I will
Krispy
order
Kreme.
donuts now.
You do, and I will find you, and I will eat them.
Does the delivery service still have open which delivers donuts? Let me check.
No, you do the fight. You're not allowed to tab out. Stop tabbing out. Don't you dare tab out. No. Come back.
It's on my second screen. I didn't tap out.
Come back. How dare you? You're not allowed donuts. If I'm not allowed donuts, you're not. You think there's a Krispy Kreme place near the hotel? Well, I suppose that makes up for the fact that you're looking at scaffolding.
The donut shop still has open. But I'm not ordering 50 euros worth of donuts now.
Well, I didn't stop you with the pudding, did it? You ordered like 50 packs of pudding, you remember? Because you couldn't get one.
Yeah. First it was a mistake. I really wanted so much. And second one, they are shelf stable. Donuts are not shelf stable.
Wait a minute, so do you have to order a certain amount of donuts then?
Yeah, it's the minimum order quantity.
So how many is the
50
minimum?
euros, which is quite a lot of donuts.
Wait a minute, how many donuts do you get for 50 euros?
If I only choose the basic ones, so with chocolate or with normal frosting, it would be 25.
That's not bad, actually. Well, that's quite expensive. Are they good donuts, though?
Yeah, they're okay.
They're okay.
I mean, what is a good donut? This is...
Krispy Kreme.
No, they're too sweet.
Nah, they're not sweet enough. I like my donuts sweet. I was going to do the whole I like my donuts like my women joke, but I don't think that would have worked very well. So I cancelled out on it. Well, because it would... No, because then somebody would say, what? Because it's got an hole in it. Or something like that, you know. Just stop. Just stop.
I thought... No, my thinking was, since when then can you...
Oh, God. No.
Oh, no, I'm not going this way.
No. That's a Twitch conversation. This is YouTube.
Yes.
That's a Twitch conversation there. No. YouTube would be like, no donut discussions. Boston cream
no
final
donuts
answer.
for me this evening.
I
could, but I don't do it.
I don't always donut, but when I do, it's
Then I
50
get
of them.
tomorrow some.
Why don't you just make your own? You're usually pretty good at making your own stuff.
The thing is, to make donuts, you need you have to fry them.
Yeah, and you need a lot of hot fat as well.
Yeah, and I don't want. For me, this is. It feels a little bit like wasting oil or fat.
Well, you could just you could drink it afterwards if you really want.
No.
Can't you cook some potatoes in it and make little fritters? So you could make your donuts, put them in like, I don't know, a bit of sugar, and then throw them in the cupboard, and then make chips. Like chop up potatoes and throw them in the fryer.
Same oil.
Yeah, why not? Wouldn't it work?
In theory.
You could put a fish in there in batter. A Mars bar, perhaps. You know, I quite like me and RPG Lumi in chat. We made battered Snickers and Mars bar. I will say the Snickers was
where are you guys
amazing. I'm looking over here, but I don't know why. I was investigating.
Yeah, but we could kill stuff on the way to the room.
Yeah, they were really good. I was surprised, Lumi. I was like, these aren't they're not gonna be very nice, surely. But no, they were absolutely delicious, unbelievable. I have really badly judged fried food. It's not really food though. It's just. It was nice though. You just had to have like some kitchen roll and then soak off the excess oil. It's good.
What actually is really good is when you make salty cookies. So cookies with salt and peanuts in it. Of course you make them still sweet, the dough, or the batter, or whatever you call it. And use, instead of the oil you use for the dough, you use bacon fat. When you make bacon, use the fat which is straight out.
Okay.
This gives a really nice flavor to the whole thing, which is then savory sweet taste, which is kind of nice.
Just sounds like you'd have bacon flavored cookies. One day I'm going to live stream the fair and make you see all of the fried food. Oh, I don't need you to live stream America for me to know what it's like. I've seen plenty of the street food videos and things, and the cooking. What is it, like drivers dives and diners? And it's just why is the question I have every single time. Now, don't get me wrong, there are some really lovely American food, I'm sure, but it's not a very good representation globally. It's just all battered food, fried food. It's all, I don't know, either far too sweet or far too salty, or I don't know. Meoni's cooking class, don't forget the cheese. What do you mean? I'm confused. God, it's very rare that you cook with cheese. Or at least in this household. Oh, a Parappa reference? Oh. I didn't get it. Sorry. I thought you were meaning like we had cheese and everything, but I'm trying to think. I guess like some things, like pasta. We had nachos, but you don't really cook nachos though. So that's not cooking, friend. It's called laziness.
You accept?
No, that's not cooking, friend. Please stop. Friend, you think
you took the ingredients that go into nachos, but nachos themselves you actually assemble.
Fran, at this point, I think
Nachos
Fran.
assemble.
At this point, I think Fran thinks the sandwich is cooking. So. No, okay.
The sandwich is more
if-
cooking than making nachos.
But if you heat the sandwich up, is that technically now cooked? Ah.
So you don't toast the. So you don't toast the bread first.
Why does this sound like one of those early '90s? You wouldn't steal a DVD. You wouldn't cook a sandwich.
Of course, I mean, I
like
roasted the
toasties.
bread and made.
Toasties are fantastic with beans and cheese. Yeah.
What is a toasty?
You get cheese, you get beans, and you get bread, and you put the beans and the cheese in the bread, and then
So
you
it's a sandwich.
No.
No, and then you seal the edges of it, and you put it in a sandwich toaster, and then it turns into a
A
toasty.
sandwich.
It turns into a bean and cheese toasty.
It's a sandwich.
No, it's a toasty.
It's and
You cook it.
sandwich is not defined as always cold.
Okay, maybe it's called a sandwich toasty then.
You can if you leave it.
I like mine molten hot to the point where you could lose the lining of your stomach.
That's
It's
totally
so nice.
okay, but it's still a sandwich.
I refuse to call it a sandwich.
Wouldn't you call it a sandwich instead of beans? I don't know, pepperoni.
A toasty.
Oh,
tell you
no,
what, though.
Miss Loot started.
Yeah. Now you've incorporated Miss Loot into this. Next it'll be if you
That's
use
not a pizza roll.
Yeah, if you
There's
u-
no tomato sauce.
next it'll be if you use 2 donuts either side of some meat. That's a sandwich too. Oh God, no, not again.
I mean,
Okay, so is a hot dog a sandwich?
in basic, yes. Burgers are also in a wide array of sandwich. Sandwich is like the over
Okay.
for everything.
Things that are now officially banned from this live stream: politics, religion, sandwiches. Okay.
No,
Hats.
it's like mammals. Mammals.
You can't make a sandwich out of a mammal.
Of course. No, I mean in reference.
Oh.
Mammals are the group. So sandwiches is the group, and then you have all the different kind of sandwiches.
You can't. No.
Yes,
A sandwich is not a group.
it's a food group now.
No, dude.
You have the sandwich food group, and from the sandwich food group, there's the arms spreading out to burgers, hot dogs, your toasties.
What is? I was gonna say,
It's
what's
all
wrong
one
with you?
family.
Yeah, such innovations comes from the same guy who came up with paintball golf. Or whatever else you came up with.
Wait.
You're taking
You
the
are
credit for that one.
which, let's make a game every 10 seconds they change something.
That sounds good though.
No.
At least they don't try to put all bread related products onto one field. Yeah. You bread communist.
What? But baguette is a kind of bread, of course, it's still a sandwich.
No.
Why?
Okay, with baguettes, I'm with Power on that one. Baguette is a type of bread. So
Yeah.
If it's
So
between two slices of
it's a Honda
baguette,
car, not a car, because it's a Honda.
What? No, you can't compare car makes to sandwiches. That's
Why?
because no one holds the rights to a sandwich.
I destroyed your points. You have
No.
no arguments against.
Your points are based on like some weird conspiracy.
Sandwich conspiracy.
It's weird, man. A grilled cheese. So is a grilled cheese a sandwich to you?
Yeah, of course.
toasty.
What is
Okay.
called grilled cheese sandwich? That's the full name.
All right. What if I put? Okay. bread a slice of bread in between 2 pieces of cheese. Is that still a sandwich to you because it has bread in it, or is that a monstrosity?
A monstrosity, because
exactly.
a sandwich is.
So you're defining a sandwich.
Any kind of bread, that's something filling it and bread. That's a sandwich.
But what happens if you?
What about a bread and butter pudding?
What?
Bread and.
Yeah, because a wrap is a wrap and not a sandwich. It's not bread you use.
Ah, I see you played Rappy Sandwich before.
Yeah. Do you call a wrap bread, Fred?
What is this conversation?
Yeah, that's your argumentation. Yeah, so it's not a sandwich because you don't use bread.
Well, they don't say after filming that's a sandwich, do they?
What?
Oh dear. So your definition of a sandwich is 2 pieces of bread either side of something in between it. So
Yes.
what happens
general,
though?
Description.
But when does a sandwich not become a sandwich? We need to know these fine lines. Right. So if you've got a sandwich, yeah, but
could we kill this drake?
I'm trying to. This is why I'm pressing doses.
Okay.
If you've got a sandwich, right, that you define as a sandwich, so let's say you've got a piece of ham, you got 2 pieces of bread either side, that's a sandwich. At what point does that sandwich no longer become a sandwich? How many things do I have to put in and around that for it to no longer become a sandwich? If I put...
What if you dip the sandwich into some batter and then deep fried it?
It's still a sandwich.
No. What if you put the ham on either side of the bread and then left it that way?
It's still a sandwich.
No, because you said it had to be inside the bread.
No.
So your definition of a sandwich isn't 2 pieces of bread with something in the middle of it. It's
this
just
is the basic, and everything around is fancy stuff.
No. Your basis is actually bread is involved in some way, shape, or form.
No,
therefore,
that's not true. When you just put if you have one slice of bread and put something on it, it's not a sandwich.
Oh,
no, that's an open sandwich.
So if you got a slice of bread and you put ham on it, but didn't put another slice of bread on, that's no longer
it's not a sandwich.
Oh, interesting. So what happens?
You know that they're called kebab sandwiches, Fred. Yes, they are called kebab sandwiches.
Wait a minute. No. You have genuinely...
I can show you pictures of it, Fred.
But you have genuinely just said that a kebab is a sandwich.
Yes.
100% that's your belief.
Yes.
Chat, what? Is a kebab a sandwich? Chat, we're asking chat now. This is important. These are the important questions in life. It's an open face.
What?
No, open face sandwich is when you have one piece of bread and something on top of it.
Pizza is an open face sandwich. Okay, who invited Miss Lute to this conversation?
I don't know.
Yeah, Bizarro says kebab is absolutely not a sandwich. Okay, that's one. Yep. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. I mean, that's definitely a response. Doesn't help our predicament though, Jordan. I do not think a kebab is a sandwich. And also, I like your definition. Hold on. Here's another question for you, Para, right? No one interrupt this. You've got 2 pieces of bread, but instead of putting the ham in between the bread, you put 2 slices of bread stacked on each other and then put the ham on the top of it. Is that still a sandwich because the second piece of bread is present? Or...
What? I can't follow even. You're talking too fast.
Okay. You've got a slice of bread.
Can you layer it, please, for me?
Yes. Like the sandwich. So, you've got a slice of bread.
Yes.
You've got another slice of bread. And you place them together.
Okay.
You then place
slice of bread,
right?
Okay.
And then you place the filling, let's call it ham this time.
Yeah.
On top.
Okay.
Is that a sandwich?
No.
Okay.
Because it's more or less 2 slices of bread with something on top of them. of course.
Right.
The amount of bread is not.
So that's not a sandwich. No. Let me get this right. So we've established that you think bat's not a sandwich, but for some reason you think a kebab is a sandwich.
Yes. Because it's stuffed between two bread stuffs.
No, it's not.
But
It's filled.
It's one.
Yes.
It's filled, but it's one.
But you have.
so if you fill any
So,
kind...
so if a kebab is a thing that's filled and encased,
It's,
so does that mean a calzone is a kebab?
I don't know.
But okay, if you start to discriminate myself, why do you call it a chicken sandwich, not a chicken burger?
What?
Because it's different.
Because the burger is the
Why
thing
is
in the
it
middle.
different?
Okay, so...
Because chicken breast and then no. Having like bits of chicken breast or whatever in inside a roll or pieces of bread is a chicken sandwich. But
Yeah.
a chicken burger is something different.
What is the difference between a chicken burger and a chicken
The
sandwich?
burger is the bit in the middle and the sandwich is the bit on the outside.
What?
What?
So you buy... That's why when you go to McDonald's you get a McChicken sandwich. Because it's a sandwich.
But it's
Well, that's why it's called a sandwich. I still don't understand the kebab bit.
But I genuinely called here, at least in Germany, kebab sandwiches.
Okay. Now you see, if you went into a kebab place in
Because
London...
the thing is, calling them Döner or Donner is not allowed anymore in Germany because it's false advertising.
Oh. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Why?
Because a Donner is not the stuff in the bread, actually.
What is it then?
It's meat on a stick and stuff. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just got the Family Guy ball
the
in a cup thing.
The
in my
meal
head.
it's the stuff.
It's meat on a stick. Miss Lute says, don't you take the stuff off a kebab before you eat it?
Huh?
What? Okay, we're going to have very interesting cultural discussions about kebabs now because I want to know what she means. You've got to layer the conversation, right? Like I tried to. So try to explain what you mean by taking it off.
Yeah. I
The
don't
skewer.
I don't dismantle my kebab when I eat it.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of any food that I do dismantle. The biscuits count when I bite off the chocolate. Is that dismantling? Like, you know, a club biscuit. I'll bite the chocolate off and then there'll be a biscuit and then I'll eat the biscuit after I've eaten the chocolate. Yeah, I do that with Chris.
No, you eat it with the bread, Miss Lute. They pack everything together, then you eat it. That's the whole thing.
Oh
at kebabs.
no.
no.
So wait, you
Okay,
actually...
so there's two types of kebabs. There's the one on the skewer, then there's one in the pita bread.
Yeah,
The one I think the one Miss Lute is talking about is the one on the skewer.
yeah, you should put it away from the skewer because most of them are not eatable.
I eat it off the skewer.
I think that's how most people do it.
I think we are running into translation issues too because maybe that's the whole thing with the kebab and doner stuff is confusing.
Lumi's like, I want a doner kebab now. Well, you're in the right place for it,
Chippy should
Lumi.
still be open. Oh,
Yeah.
because I've got a Chippy like one street over.
They're also open here still. They're quite long open, luckily.
Well, first, your problem is your like peer pressure, Para. We mentioned donuts, and he's like, "I'm going to order donuts now." And then we mentioned kebab. He's like, "I'm going."
Yeah, the thing is, I don't have to
Oh, we
order
have
for
spare
50 euros. Kebabs.
Spare dread. Go use it then. Go on. Go kill things. Go on. Go on. On your bike. Chop chop.
There's
That was nice
a
to say.
difference in order 1 kebab, Meoni, or 25.
50 kebabs.
That would be much. I
Yeah,
guess.
I don't know anyone who'd be able to eat 50 kebabs. That sounds disgusting.
I,
Yeah, that's not 50 of them, is it?
yeah, I can. I can barely eat one.
Jordan, they put the skewer is the bread.
Oh no.
You could eat a lot of kebabs.
If we talk about the skewer things, then yeah, then you might can eat some.
Oh yeah, the skewer things maybe. The things in the pita bread, not so much. Like I like chicken skewers. They're the best ever.
But I think your donors in the UK are quite different to the ones we have here in Germany, if I remember right.
Probably. Just a big lump of meat and they shave bits off of it. It's usually lamb, isn't it?
Yeah. What do you call the stuff you have in the bread?
Daughter
Kebab.
meat.
In bread.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm guessing your thing ran out and you died. Somewhere.
Well, the thing ran out before I got to this room,
Oh.
and then I died because I got hit by
I
something.
think you died from the jumpy thing from the
Yeah.
Paleon.
Oh, the Paleon. Okay. That wasn't very Paleon of him.
Because after this, let me post a picture in the Deep Dungeon channel of our kebabs, döner kebabs, or whatever they call. No.
Like the thing is, like we've got
Sandwich,
like,
right?
like where like in Glasgow where I am, there is a restaurant, like a chain restaurant I think, called German Doner Kebab.
Hmm.
Naan
I've
is
never
usually
been-
served. You can get naan, bizarre. It depends where you go. Sometimes they give you like a pita bread or naan, right? It's kind of both. It depends. Like a lot of the local Indian places will give you a naan, like because things have like they're not just one type of shop now. So usually you have like a kebab at the front, and then like a kebab place at the front, and then like an Indian restaurant at the same time. But then there are places that are just kebab places that only have the spinning meat and
I
stuff.
posted
So
a picture.
I can't look at it right now, but yeah. Falak is the Cahexia thing.
Yeah.
Just reminding everyone. Naan. Yeah, naan's nice. I like a garlic naan. Yo,
Yeah.
Miss
That's
Lee,
nice.
thank you for your 5 gifted memberships. Let me just deal with this and I'll... Yeah. Yo, Exoda, Ishiru, She of Little Faith, Father Fenway, nice, and Ramirez. Congratulations on being a member gifted via Miss Loot. Be sure to thank your gifter if you're around. If not, that's fine. But yeah, enjoy your emotes and things. Thank you, Miss Loot. I appreciate that. And I feel kind of bad because I didn't know about your birthday and now you're gifting me memberships and I feel bad. But thank you. I appreciate it. You went to a shawarma place in Atlanta. Oh, I've always wanted to go to Atlanta for some reason. think it was mostly ice hockey reasons back in the day, but yeah. You have successfully made me hungry though, Para. Thanks for that.
Why, it's my fault.
It's always your fault.
Wow.
And it all started with donuts.
Oh, I want either a donut or chicken or something now. What have you done? I'm starving. No, but you would. Fran's like, no, I wouldn't trust a kebab from a kebab house. However, she trusted that unlicensed food truck for a burger. No, seriously, right? I'm not gonna dox where I am, obviously, but we were driving down the road, and there's a lay-by, and there was this. With basically like one light on this food truck, and it was there at what time in the? Was it something ridiculous? Like nearly midnight or after midnight?
Yeah, I think you said before around midnight.
And they weren't there before then, and suddenly they started to try and sell stuff. And then we learned, and then Fran was like, oh, I want a burger. So I stopped there. I was like, I'm not trusting that. So she went and then got served some burger or something. And she somehow survived that without having bathroom issues. And then we learned that they weren't licensed in any way, shape, or form. No, like, safety rating, health ratings, nothing. They were just selling dodgy meat in burgers at the side of the road. But Fran was fine with it. Me, I would be horrified. I would be, like, horrified. But she wanted to try it. I'm like, okay. But, so who knows? Honestly, I don't want to be rude or anything, Fran, but I don't know what meat you ate. And I don't think you know what meat you ate. So you might have gone where no Meoni has gone before. Oh dear, it's getting a bit weirded out. Now she's saying she's eaten pigeon before. This is...
I eat guinea pigs.
And in other news, the easiest boss in the game.
I mean, it was turkey, not a whole guinea pig.
See,
Yeah.
I'm a little bit more picky when it comes to food. I'm not going to order from some random food truck with, like, no... It was weird. It was very strange. It was very, very suspicious on the side of a road at a weird time. Because you know for a fact that they were selling at that time so that no one would, you know.
I wonder why.
Tell me that place wasn't in London. No, we don't live in London. I wouldn't have survived in London. I couldn't live there. Not a chance. It's too expensive to live. I honestly don't know why people even try to live in London. It's fine if you're already there, I guess, and you're loaded, but that's not 90% of the populace. You can't own a car in London, so that's like half of the fun gone.
I mean, it's going to be constantly in traffic. Doing, like, no miles an hour.
Like, if you do own a car in London, you're going to be pretty depressed, honestly. Putting up with the people. They're bad enough up here, but, you know, down... No. Just no. Yeah, That's not just London, though, friend. That's everywhere. But yeah, specifically, it's not my cup of tea, I'm afraid. I wish that it was, but... it's just too expensive to live there. Like, genuinely, like... I think if you were to ask most of the people that actually already lived there if they wish they could be anywhere else, some would probably say, I mean, a good amount of them would say that they'd rather not be there, but it's not like they could save up to get out of there, is it? Most people. But no, I personally hate the place as a place to live. Like, it's okay, but the people suck, the roads suck. Did I say the people suck? Mostly. Yeah, it's just it's a bit crap, really. As a generalization, right? There are some exceptions, obviously, but the amount of just pure stress that I feel every time we go to London, it's just pain and suffering. Oh, no, we've got an hour, technically. We could get these floors done. If Para wants to, of course.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I'm leaving you as the common denominator of if we go or not.
Why me?
Because Morgana's being quiet.
I mean, I can go for the next.
Yeah, you see,
Fran was like, she wanted to stop.
Nah, I don't think she wants to stop at all. Get it done with. Get the next 10 out of the way. And then we don't have to stress out on Tuesday.
Yeah, then.
Because this is the Sasquatch garbage. If we get this out of the way, we're done with that, aren't we?
Compromise, 10 more, and then we're done.
Yeah.
Good.
This is like after the 74 is the focus point. But yeah, we need to, yeah. I don't really like leaving it like this. I'd rather have those easy floors for next time. You know what I mean? It feels bad to leave you. It's like logging out at the last boss and coming back 2 weeks later. Good luck with that. You know, in other games. Don't forget your tank stance. Yeah, there we go. Your neighbors are so loud. What, in general? Or like...
Curl. Did we have this music before?
We must have.
I can't remember.
But I don't remember it. Not in here, at least. Probably not on this floor set, but I've probably heard it in here before. They're screaming, what? Are they doing bad things to each other? Or? They're screaming so loud like I can hear the full conversation. Oh, like an argument? Oh. I mean, just... Okay. It's alright. It's just how they generally speak. Oh, like really loud people? Yeah, those people suck. Like you go past a car park in, you know, and let's say you're going shopping somewhere to the supermarket.
Remember after the run, go away.
There's always that one person who's like, how are you doing, Mavis? I'm doing great. But they're next to each other. They're not either side of a car park. I'm doing great. How's Phyllis? Has she still got the clap? You know? And it's like, okay, do you realize you're at like 65 decibels right now? Like, yeah. Seriously, I know those sorts of people, and they suck.
We can go up.
Bum 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 bum. Is Easter let them have their fun? What, shouting at each other? Happy Easter! You too! Whoop, whoop, whoop. Would you like an egg? A what? And it's still stood next to each other. An egg!
Oh, I can't wait till Monday.
Hard boiled, please. Why Monday?
Is there something? Monday?
Because cheap Easter eggs.
Oh, this guy gets it.
Oh, I see. So, okay, yeah. I cannot buy stuff at Monday
Why?
because it's a national holiday.
Yeah, our shops are open.
You and your European laws.
I think it's not European. I think it's Germany.
Oh.
I'm
We
not
get-
sure.
Should I get this quill?
European.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quill. Yeah.
No, Morgana, unfortunately, shops are not open.
In front.
It's the same. National holidays are more or less the same like Sundays here.
You're gonna hard boil my eggs? Don't know about that, Nousy. Just butchered your name, sorry. Nousy.
I'm dead.
Hi, Dad. I'm Dad. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Eggs. I like mine. You know what? The soft boil egg, and then with the runny yolk poured all over egg, poured all over chips or fries, as some people would call them. Delicious. Fries. Is it fries? Fries.
Oh, it's fries, dude.
Fries. Narcy. Oh, nice. It's short for Nausicaa. Oh, well, there we go. Sadly, we don't have a poacher anymore. You don't need a poacher. Just literally time an egg in already boiling water and pull out egg, peel egg, eat egg. Oh, that's not a good combination, boys.
Where are you?
Morgana pulled maybe just come. No, it's fine. Come here. Oh, what, is there an extra? All right, okay.
Yeah, to turn the Commander of Storms, yeah.
All right. Sorry, we got alluring, that's all. We had a bit of a brown trousers moment, essentially. Because that had coels, unicorns, a zoo, basically. I don't know where the Storms is.
Yeah, I already got it.
Ah. Eats egg emote. Yeah. You just put egg in. Just put a whole egg in boiling water and time it. Egg.
I made some devil eggs lately.
Okay.
Never had devil egg.
So good.
What do you do to make them devil? Do you just keep cursing at the egg? Screw you, egg!
Yeah, basically.
Until it gets angry
No.
enough it swears back at you.
You basically hard boil eggs and then get half them, yeah,
Yeah.
and then get out the egg,
Cool first.
egg yellow
The yolk, yeah.
yolk, yeah, and mix it with different stuff and then put it back into the egg.
Oh.
Yeah, I know some people like mix it with mayonnaise and hot sauce.
See, I'm too lazy for that. I'll do the same thing, but I'm not putting it back in the bloody egg. I'll just eat it.
Yeah, putting it back is too much effort.
Like, screw that. I'm not putting anything back in the egg. I want to eat this damn thing. I'll just put it on some toast or something. There we go. There you go.
What do you with the egg white then?
Cook it. Eat it. Just go nom 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 nom.
Like a savage.
Shove the cooked white egg in your mouth and swallow. Simple as that. What about this gula 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 gula?
Yeah. Gulu gulu.
You do a little bit of mayo. You do a little bit of mayo and Dijon mustard. I only like mustard when it's cooked into bread. Like the cheese twirls and things, like savory things with mustard in them. I can't have mustard on its own. Yeah, I love the hottest things in the world, like Carolina Reaper sauce and stuff like that, but I cannot enjoy mustard on its own on like bread or something. It makes me...
So you also don't like it on burgers and stuff?
No.
Okay.
I know, I'm weird. And I still don't understand why, because I like it when it's cooked into bread. Like, you know, it's used as an ingredient in something, or a pie, or whatever it might be. But if it's mustard, like on a sandwich or something like that, it just doesn't make me happy at all. The other weird thing is that I don't like horseradish, but I like wasabi.
It's two different things.
But they taste somewhat similar in places. Certain varieties taste exactly the same.
Okay, so we have a charging room, but there's a bread beast on it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, what kind of... I mean, no. Yeah, but... it's not worth it for that treasure chest. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Most wasabi outside of Japan is just horseradish. That's what I'm saying. There's a significant difference, and I can taste it, and it's horrible. I cannot stand cranberry sauce in anything.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
I don't think I like cranberries. I think they're horrible. I'm still waiting for the day where somebody makes something useful with cranberries that I like. So far it's just like, well, that could have been nice without the cranberries. Well, that would have been better without the cranberry sauce. Well, that would have been better without the cranberries. That's all it ever is. Every time I taste it, I'm like, I'll scrape them off and then just eat the rest of it. Oh dear. Oh, yeah, you could... yeah, because we could get the Dread Beast.
Okay. Just... Ow!
That's fine. You pull it, I press it.
Okay. I have it.
Okay, cool. Have fun.
Ow!
It's fine. Everyone else should be able to kill it.
This hurts.
Yeah, but we got a damage, but well...
I don't get one.
Well, you are dead now. So... you...
Oh, we can use an alteration for next row.
I just got the storms back.
Oh, nice.
So we wasted nothing. That's good. Parrot is in pain. Yeah, it's fine. He's used to it by now.
That's true.
How could you do this to Parrot? Oh, there's a gula gula hiding behind a rock. You see it?
She's safe space.
She's like, this is my safe space. Try to go for that chest, I'll catch you. You go for that chest, I'm gonna bite you.
Okay, so I will go
the Christmas land.
Looking now for stuff.
Oh, I didn't use an. Oh, Thunder Beasts Patrol. I can already see it from here.
We could storm the floor if we want.
Yeah, because the auto heal is out.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, do it. Use the fortune first and then press the... one person press the storms.
I will press the storm.
Right, go on then. Have some fun, because this floor's nasty. I say I was tanks, but I started as a conjurer. 90% of my experiences are YMH. Me too. Since 2.0 came out. I started as a conjurer. That's not that great, though. That might be one of these, I'm afraid, boys.
What's wrong?
We have 2 Thunder Beasts as a luring.
Ooh.
And a wolf. So I've witching them, but we are getting the dot.
I'm back.
So if you kill the Thunder Beasts, then we should...
I mean, you have damage buffs. This should be working.
Yeah, I know. I'm letting you know that we had to use a witching because I didn't like the chance of 2 of these. Because if they did alternating things, we'd be dead.
That's totally okay.
You can't take risks on this this set. You have to... Yeah, Sasquatch could still be out there, right?
Yep. Even if I don't solve some
Yeah, make sure you look upwards. I wish that was a joke.
You are not a Sasquatch. Also not one?
That can be a Sasquatch if I believe. Okay.
Makes the...
You looted one, did you?
There was one, yeah. But I don't know where. I saw it in the text.
I got it.
Okay. We're still having only 2 there somewhere. Or did we pop 2?
No chests in there. Yeah, a lot of the time I played White Mage. It's been a while though, actually. Oh my god, another luring. So we have to use this again because the 2 carcasses would kill us. This has been pretty bad for traps, dude. That's pretty bad RNG. Are people in the corners of rooms? Yeah, they're not running through the middles of rooms or anything, are they?
No.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
They're in it.
Alright, well. Let's just get up. Same again if you would, Mr. Para. Are you still there, Para?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just checking. You said you had internet thingies earlier. I was just checking. I have a feeling that one of these rooms is Sasquatch land.
There's one, yeah.
Yeah.
Are there more than one?
Don't know.
Let me see. No, there's only this one.
This room over here is full of mimics, so there's a safe-ish area over here.
I'll bring you a Sasquatch.
Yeah, I know. I'm just checking that there was nothing behind us. It's mimics, so that's probably the go-to room. Untap mimics.
Sure.
You have a Kunoichi Pat.
Yeah.
Next to the Sasquatch. It would walk behind us, so might as well get rid of it. You've gone all the way from coils to now as white mage, but I've been enjoying Gunbreaker so much I'm thinking of swapping. Why not? Definitely spice it up a little bit. Take some risks. You might enjoy it. And if not, you can always go back, right? That's the beauty of this game.
There is one.
But why would you pull up Mimic at the same time?
Because it's
But we don't have a stun for it.
Sting should be able to. Morgana.
Yeah, I was a bit too late. So I have one.
That's 2 Mimics. Mimics are not evil? I don't know about that one. They're pretty spoopy at the very least.
Good.
What's in there? Oh man, that's a lot of crap, but we don't need. Sod it. Let's just go back to the key room. We could check what's around from the key room though. Because maybe that's, I don't know. Whatever you want, I don't mind.
Yeah, we have enough time to see a little bit more. Nope, no. Yeah, I think we should go for the chest.
Give me a sec.
Yep.
It's a flight.
Nope. Okay. What do we have here? Fortune. Okay. We go.
Okay, yeah, I was just checking that. Still gotta look away, haven't we? Unless you've stunned it.
Yep.
Was the movie good then? Cool. It's not the sort of thing I would go to the cinema to watch, I don't think, because I was going to, but there's other... Oh, Sasquatch right there.
Are there more? Doesn't look like it in this room, at least. Oh, there's one in the other room too, behind us, and I'm running.
Okay.
And it's a dead-end room with a muscle line. Okay.
Those things are terrifying when you see them, when you zone
Immediate
in.
danger should be...
Yeah, like you zone in and the first thing you see is a Sasquatch. Imagine if you had a room full of like 7 of them.
Oh god. Okay.
Muscle Lion might be a good option, but we can go towards the key area and see. Well, none of them are really that bad now, are they? We got Witching back.
Nice. What do we have here? A room with 1 line. That's okay. It's the key room.
So we want to pop a strength.
And we got the next witching.
I'll pop strength.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
We are back on 2 witchings.
That's good. Boom, 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 boom. Oh,
You're both dead.
no, I'm not.
Oh? No?
You can shoot out the line of sight.
Yeah, you can lost it. Oh god, the melee hits hard.
Yeah.
If you're not a tank, yes. So you can line of sight the
You
Sasquatch.
can, but it doesn't always work.
Oh,
Oh, Skaten. Kill it. It's easy,
Yeah.
just get out of the middle.
it should only me we're close to it.
You really liked it? People complain that the main character didn't use magic even though he's a bard. In some interviews they mentioned it was a bard. Ah. I don't know enough about D&D rules to comment, I suppose. I guess the bard can use magic now.
And D&D bards can use some magic.
Yeah. See, this is something, and I'm probably making now every D&D player my enemy. I wouldn't care less if the class is exactly one-to-one like in the game when they make a movie.
No.
I think real life sort of adaptations, you know what I mean by when I say that, like
Yeah.
real people. It's hard to stick to the rules of a game in real life and make it entertaining all the time, so...
I get a muscle line.
Yeah,
Nice.
we just stand near its face and move behind it, right?
Yep.
Yep.
I saw you behind me.
And again, yeah.
Next muscle line.
At least we're no longer afraid of these. It's something. Oh.
Ooh.
Morgana has to kill a flame beast. Or witching it. Or something. Yeah. Oh, right, never mind. I'm alive. Oh, we had a raising? Oh. I didn't...
Looks like it.
That's not good.
I'm getting the ape.
I was taking it.
No.
I give it blind
Oh,
and
this is
heavy.
a double ape.
Has he pulled during... Oh my goodness.
What?
Okay. It's alright, okay. Just looking at...
They're
Dead.
not so hard for me to
Well,
tank them.
I guess.
I'm popping Sentinel.
It's just that I was dealing with dead friend and I was a little bit...
Yeah, I was just afraid that they do this whole banana stuff again.
Yeah, I know. They do a lot. It makes sense in the movie for him not to, because then it pulls away from the other magic users in the party. Okay. Pavera says, I mean, they literally wouldn't make it one-to-one because they would involve turn-based combat and dice rolls. True.
Would be funny if they.
That'd be actually hilarious if they had to do that.
But the thing is, in D&D, each person's turn is 6 seconds.
What is 6 seconds?
Like each person in D&D, like each person's turn is 6 seconds long.
Okay. Is it?
It wouldn't be
Yeah.
if I bloody played it, and it's not on any of the ones I've watched people
Yeah.
play.
No,
What
like,
do you mean in the
like,
time in the game?
Technically, like in
Oh.
game time, it's
Okay.
6 seconds.
Oh. Wow, that's not long at all.
Obviously,
Well,
like,
you're in the middle of a fight. You shouldn't stand there 10 minutes and thinking what you're doing.
I beg your pardon? So,
She's right.
so Fran's statement, if you missed that, was, "Oh, I just saw a Sasquatch's ring." At that
That
point,
sounds wrong.
what do you even say to that? Fran, stop looking at the Sasquatch's ring. What's going on? It's just not cricket.
Is this Don't do it. There's another wonder room after this, I saw it.
Nice.
So don't.
Which is the one we
don't
need to
follow
go
me.
to. Each person's turn is 6 seconds. Yeah, that does. Yeah.
Brand, do you want to use the strength?
Double.
Another double. Wow.
Yeah. Okay, you can follow me now.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yep.
Boom, 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 boom. Bad. Emergency witching. That spawned. Two. We have 4 Sasquatches here.
Yeah.
Okay, executive decision has been made.
Okay.
Sorry. We wouldn't kill it in time, so I had to do that. Sorry.
Ah, good. Good thinking, Morgana.
I apologize, but it wouldn't have been enough.
Mimic.
Oh, for goodness sake, a mimic. These floors are brutal, aren't they? This
This
set.
time they're really hard.
They're really hard, just annoying.
Yeah, but how many flipping traps have we had that we've set off? Like 6? So, Une, so... But yeah, 2 Sasquatches in a trap is not good. That was like my worst nightmare, just about to happen. I suppose they wouldn't have cast, I don't know.
I mean, there could maybe
There's one
instant
there, yeah.
cast because they're maybe not in the combat for the first 1 or 2 seconds.
That's my worry. Yeah, that was my biggest worry, so I'm sorry if I panic made that thing, but I'm not wasting
I mean, I
this run.
I was starting to build them. And once they're built, they're fine. So,
I'm sorry.
it's fine.
Next time I won't press anything. I just heard
No,
one
it's
buff
okay.
on the right side. Yeah, there's one on
Someone
the...
can pop a safety.
I'll pop a safe station. Just so we don't have to worry about luring traps.
So
Now get
the...
the line
Yeah. Let's fight it in this corridor, yeah.
because I don't want to maneuver the apes through the line.
Mm-hmm. It's understandable. Go forth and
Okay.
find an ape.
Yes. There's a double ape, but I only can get 1 at the moment.
It's fine. Just bring it back.
We don't need to worry about traps.
Oh yeah. At least it's the last floor with apes.
Yeah,
Bang, bro.
true. And then we've just got Chocobo pluses, so yeah. The only one that's got a damage buff is the person that normally dies.
That's
The
strange.
irony.
It's quite funny.
You can come to this area here.
Okay.
Oh,
Good job, Morgana.
nice.
Okay.
You want me to kill the owl?
Yeah, pull something, please.
I just saw an ape buff in the far room.
Yeah. Oh,
No.
chop.
Nowhere near us, but
That's good.
That's good to know.
it's alright. I'm just panning my camera around like a crazy person. Because you could have one respawn behind you and we'd be dead, so...
Yeah, this would be uncool. Okay, muscle line.
It would be the worst luck ever, but... I mean, at this point...
Yeah. I know what you mean. Okay. Oh,
Just thought we'd chain them together. Oh, that was nice. He faced you towards the wall. That's good.
Oh, I've seen the
I see the
AoE.
Yeah. I even see his butt from here in the far room. like physically saw his player model.
It's the key room, and
Yeah.
it's 1.
Yeah.
I think we should check out the other rooms for chests.
Yeah, can do it. It would be a good idea, I think, in case we can get another storms or something, but it doesn't matter too much. Okay, that's a steel.
Yeah. Whatever.
I mean, you could use the steel. couldn't
Yeah,
you?
but now the boss thing is looking.
Yeah, but I can pick it up if you use it.
Okay.
Then you have to wait
yep.
a second for him to look away. If you guys want to sort out the other mob.
Oh, we got also steel here.
Oh, okay. Well, there's no point in me even touching the chest then.
We didn't know it. Yep. Chop chop. What's this boss now again? I forgot.
The push
Oh,
pull.
the plus minus stuff.
Yeah.
Magnet three-headed dragon.
Yeah, I need to focus on my bull shizzle on this one.
On your hot toffee.
I'm going to use food buff because I
Oh yeah, right.
haven't had to use it before now.
10 seconds are okay, or do you need more with this class?
I don't really slay machinists that much, but I don't know. I'm gonna pop a string.
You are filling us with,
Confidence.
yes.
Wait, why I'm turning this? It's better other way.
Yeah, the one boss, well, apart from that mechanic. Watch for Barrowfield.
Don't stay close to me.
Yeah, it does a bit of a cleave.
Yeah, it's a mini swinge, I think.
Yeah, it is, yeah. I don't know if it kills the player, but it gives them a thing.
No, I think we're gonna lose around half his health.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, watch buff. Centralized.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get hit by this one.
Oh crap, I'm dying. Huh?
I got you. I got you, but Morgana,
Yeah.
face that away for a minute, would you? Oh, you're dead, Morgana, probably. I don't know. I'll shield you, but... Oh no, okay, never mind. Crisis averted, no panic.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
no worries.
Just don't panic. Just carry on as we were. I did the same thing last time. I'd be a hypocrite if I said anything. That ranged LB though.
I mean, we don't have melee, so...
I know, but the damage it did was like...
Okay, now I didn't want to talk about this in the fight. It was strange that the reason I got pushed into the outer ring,
Yeah.
but I didn't die.
It's not instant.
Because then I used my my gap closer, and of course I run into the boss, and then I died.
I don't think it's instant. It's like a tick-based thing, so you just probably survived it for maybe a little bit.
Yeah, maybe
yeah, the outside is a dot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But there's nothing you can do as a healer about that, because it's like one of those, like, you die dots. Yeah. I mean, you could probably choke off those.
And maybe survived, yeah.
Maybe. Did you have it up at that point?
Yeah, could have had it up. It was not on cooldown.
All right. We're going to stop there for today, though, but we've accomplished our mission for the stream, because we wanted to get past that stuff. And then on Tuesday, we get another clear. That's the plan. Are you going all the way to floor 100? Yes, on Tuesday. Yeah. You have to kind of do these things in 2 parts, chat, because it takes a while to do it, right? And we don't want to play 14 all day every day. We do that as it is, so it's best to do it in chunks. That's how we do it. We do like Friday and a Tuesday now, and then between those 2 days it kind of clears. Yeah, we should get a clear next week, I think. No pressure. If we don't, it doesn't matter, but we did 2 clears already, so I'm pretty confident that we can handle the bosses. It's just the freaking trash, man. Like, it's just so punishing on those sets. That's why I wanted to get this set of floors out of the way tonight, so that we only have...
they're the worst.
Yeah, like the ones beyond this, up to like floor 90 and then up to floor 100, those 20 floor... honestly, I don't want to say it, but kind of simple. I mean, you can still die to the trash, but we horribly died last time. Does anybody... what have you used? Do you want...
Where is Morgana there?
Any of this stuff? Why can I not link 2 items?
The thing is, Morgana, it's not so easy to see you with all the other numbers.
We got a Grand Cosmos and Forbidden Land. Okay.
I don't have Grand Cosmos.
Alright, well you were the first to say something, so here you go. Grand Cosmos. And then what else have I got in here? Oh, my inventory closes every time I trade. That's so annoying. I got the Bardin and the Minion. Does anybody still need those?
I've got both.
You need any
I
of
could
it?
need the Earth, Wind and Fire. Earth, Wind and Water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Fran can trade that to you then.
Do you remember?
On the 5th of... No, that's not the point. The point was, do you need the item? If the answer is no, then no. I can make money off of it, can't I? Yes, I'll have that so I can make gil off of it. No. That's it. I already gave it to Becky, I think, now, Minion, so... Bleh, to you. Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, chat, I think that'll be us. We're doing quite well, actually. Typical sort of a 5-hour stream. I didn't expect it to be going that quickly. I always find these streams go really quick, man. And then I'm like looking at the timer and the clock later, and I'm like, is it really 10 o'clock?
We talked about 1 hour about funny sports shows and 1 hour about sandwiches.
It's true.
We talked a lot of rubbish.
It's important.
No, I wouldn't say it's
though.
rubbish. It's alternative informative.
It's important to not just talk about the game, though, because I don't know, it'd be a bit boring, wouldn't it? I don't know. Maybe the viewers / listeners right now are like, I really wish they would just shut up and talk about the game only. And I get that. I fully get that. But I don't know. It's fun to just let your hair down and kill some bosses, I think. But there we go. Right. Do you want to say bye to chat before I wrap up Para and Morgana?
Bye, chat.
Bye, chat. Was nice to meet you.
Again. Is a kebab a sandwich? No. We're not starting this again. Goodness sake. Oh dear.
I'll Miss Lou put a thing in the raid chat.
I'll have
Miss
to look
Loot
at it.
isn't a sandwich, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I'll have a nudes. I'll have a nudes. Anyway, chat, thank you so much for hanging out today. It has been a pleasure as usual. We've set up our next run. We are going to be live on Tuesday, all being well, at 5 p.m. BST, same time as tonight, and then we'll go until we get a clear, and then when we get a clear, we will likely try to do some more with the leftover time to set up the following run after that. As you know, I've been sort of focusing on trying to get people to want to do at least 5, hopefully 6, in theory, runs and completions. Completions is the key word. But it's a process. You can't just walk in there and immediately expect to win every time, as we've explained. So thank you so much for watching, and hopefully it's been somewhat entertaining, if not slightly deranged and weird, which I'm sure hopefully you appreciate anyway. But yeah, that'll be it for me tonight. Thank you so much for watching, and have a great evening. Have a good weekend as well. I'll see you all next time. Bye bye.